it doesn't have to be as devastating as it may seem. Chances are you didn't just get cancer recently. What you need to do is visit the team at Innovative Medical Associates. Dr. Molly Fantasia, the PhD doctor and founder of Innovative Medical Associates, has helped hundreds over the years with her unique hydration protocols geared specifically to cancer support. The team is comprised of Dr. Molly Fantasia and her doctors, plus her outstanding nursing staff. With almost 30 years in practice, Innovative Medical Associates can help you navigate the journey through cancer and beyond. To set up your initial complimentary consultation, contact Innovative Medical Associates at 856-489-0505, 856-489-0505, or visit their website, innovativemedicalassociates.com. That's innovativemedicalassociates.com. Make that appointment, and you'll be on your way to treating cancer as only Innovative Medical Associates knows how.
Hey, this is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Listen, I know sometimes you worry about coming to see me because you don't want to invest in real estate, because you don't want to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants. I'm going to teach you a way that you don't have to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants, or even own any real estate and invest in real estate at the same time. You want to learn this, so go to investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com, and take a complimentary class this Thursday, and I promise you, no toilets, no trash, no tenants.
As you go through your end-of-season to-dos, add Call Horizon Cooling and Heating to the checklist. You wouldn't send your kids to school unprepared, so don't send your air conditioner into hibernation without a checkup from our specialists. If you've noticed your system struggling, weird sounds, smells, or changes in airflow, let's fix it now. Right now, install a new HVAC system and get up to $1,150 in rebates and 0% interest financing. Book today, and help is on the way. HorizonServices.com.
Are you looking for a podcast about pro football that doesn't put you to sleep with an avalanche of analytics or insult your fandom with brainless hot takes? Well, hi. I'm Dan Hansis.
And I'm Mark Sessler.
Oh, hi, Mark. And we're the hosts of Heed the Call, the NFL podcast you've been waiting your whole life for.
Heed the Call covers every game, every storyline, everything that matters, and we do it all with a touch of mirth.
Football is fun. Why shouldn't your football podcast be the same?
Follow and listen to Heed the Call NFL podcast wherever you get your podcasts.
Free speech lives here with Rich Zioli weekday afternoons 3 till 7 on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
This song about church on time, it makes me think every time, I don't know what it is, but do you ever notice this? You get in church and then one of the kids has to go to the bathroom. I don't know if that's, I don't know what that is. Were you?
I was 100% that kid.
Is it boys? Is it like one of my sons like, I gotta go. And then sometimes it's my husband. He's like a child. It's like, what? You know, we only
just feel
live
relaxed in a church.
Maybe
so
that's what it is. I don't know.
If it feels like home. So, like after a long day of work, you finally get home, all of a sudden, you didn't have to go to the bathroom all day. As soon as you step 1 foot in that house, you just feel it immediately. Oh, God.
I want to talk about Abington. I want to get into this story, and I have to keep to time because we have the fabulous, our local doctor, who is also a prolific writer and an expert in what's really going on and really taking a look at budgetary issues, political issues, and how it affects all of our benefits, our medical benefits and our medical care. And so we'll get into that with Dr. Mass at 10:30. I was remiss last week in not extending my condolences to a dear friend, and this is longtime Abington Township Commissioner, my friend Peggy Myers. And so, she had lost her husband last week to a long battle with a very long illness. And so Roger, And she had been a caretaker, just one of these people who is, I don't know what, if I would say somebody you can always count on, that rock. And no matter what she's going through, we all have this girlfriend in our lives, right? No matter, they could be going through hell and they're a caregiver, as Peggy has been, and yet they're a rock for you, for everybody else. And so for Peggy, you know, our hearts are with you. We love you. And this has been a very rough week for our friend Peggy Myers of Abington Township, who, by the way, if for those of you who, and I'll be promoting this, and I've been promoting it, as you know already, but the huge Pal Day this year, usually we have Halloween, that's usually this week. So if you're wondering why we're not doing it this week, it's because it'll be the Thursday prior to Thanksgiving Thursday. So we'll be talking about, you know, Halloween has now morphed into a holiday celebration, and it's upcoming on an upcoming Thursday that we'll be talking about this huge celebration. It's so much fun. You get a taste of all the restaurants, an amazing event. And of course, Peggy is the person who is the planner for this and really coordinates everything. So we'll be talking to our friends from Abington Township, but I'm on the PAL board. You guys already know that, but it's why one of the reasons that I have, you know, as far as PAL, why they're near and dear to, and Abington near and dear to my heart. And so when I hear about this happening with Republicans who are running for local office, that normally you wouldn't even pay attention. I mean, usually this doesn't get this nasty. But I want you to listen in to this NBC report, how they're reporting what's going on in Abington Township. I know that for a fact that detectives and police in our area are investigating this. You're not allowed to harass people because they have a yard sign. We've seen this. We've talked to, you know, our friend Linda Kearns about this, but listen into this local report.
Politics could be the reason screws are showing up in people's driveways. Abington Township police say they have had multiple reports of someone leaving those screws in the Ardsley area. They say the person appears to target residences with certain political signs displayed on the front lawn. Detectives are now investigating and asking anyone with information to reach out.
Okay, so that was the way that it was reported. Politics could be, but all you have to do is pick up the phone and ask police and ask detectives, well, is politics, in the end, the motivation for this? And they believe, yes, that's the common denominator here. So residents, by the way, in Abington, Jenkintown, Rockledge, Cheltenham, obviously cast the votes for municipal offices, and it's coming up on November 4th. Please check your registration, by the way, because you only have, I think, today and tomorrow by 5 p.m. So make sure, because a lot of times, do you ever notice that? I noticed this. They said, well, you're a registered voter, but you still haven't applied for your mail-in ballot, which I vote in person. So I don't know how that happens, but just make sure you check by tomorrow by 5 p.m. Heads up on that one. But in particular, you look at the Abington Township municipal offices. By the way, our friend Giuseppe Bucci, who's the Republican, he's running for tax collector, and he's running against Democrat Karen Geld Sanchez, by the way. But that's Giuseppe Bucci. We'll be talking to him, don't worry. And then on the Board of Commissioners in Ward 6, the Republican running Maria Della Monica. So apparently the common denominator is anybody with a Maria Della Monica Republican Ward 6 sign in their yard suddenly get all these nails thrown onto their driveway, flat tires, and other harassment. And so now this is a major investigation. So what's infuriating about this is the way that it's biased by omission, that they're not reporting it. And I'm just going to ask for a friend. If these were all Democrats being targeted, and I'll even go back to the cases where people were being threatened. Remember, that was what Linda Kearns, and there were groups in court, and they still don't have disclosure. Just imagine if these were local Democrats under fire, being physically, this is a physical threat, is it not? If somebody's going onto your property and they're throwing nails and sharp objects so as to disable your vehicle, isn't that a threat? Isn't that intimidation? Absolutely. And the fact that only people in Abington with a Republican candidate sign in their yard, mostly Maria Della Monica, that tells you something, right? These are not fellow Republicans. So, hate has no home here. Maybe those folks who are the usual suspects have one of those hate has no home here signs. I mean, this is a hatred for Republicans, and it's a physical threat. So this is these are individuals, if caught, they will face criminal charges, and that from local police, because there's such a thing as doorbell camera and other cameras in the area. So they're tracking down these suspects. This is a real thing going on, but is the persecution of people exercising their freedom of speech. So this would be a constitutional issue. I hope it's a federal charge, quite frankly. I hope they throw the book at people. You're not allowed to do this. I don't care who it is, but I'm simply saying to you that if it were a Democrat being persecuted like this and their First Amendment and constitutional rights under threat, can you only imagine a danger to democracy in Montgomery County? That would be the lead story, right? It's bias by omission. All right. I have to shut it because we got to take a quick break. Around the corner, our favorite doctor, one of them, in the house, and her latest piece as well will be profiling for you. You don't want to miss this. Stay tuned.
You're driving along when you realize...
Oh, I've got to get over. Oh my gosh, sorry.
You didn't see him, did you? He was in your blind spot. You can also have a blind spot when it comes to your retirement. That's where Joe Yakovich of JML Financial Group comes in. He knows about a little blind spot called taxes. Social Security, your pension, your investments, all can be taxable. Look, you don't want to end up saying...
Will I be writing huge checks to the government when I retire?
Don't get blindsided by taxes. Make sure your retirement plan has a tax plan. With one call to JML Financial Group, 856-925-6674. That's 856-925-6674. Or at jmlfinancialgroup.com. Securities and investment advisory services offered through Brokers International Financial Services, LLC, member SIPC. Brokers International Financial Services, LLC is not an affiliated company. JML Financial Group does not offer legal or tax advice. Please consult the appropriate professional regarding your individual circumstance.
Listen up, Booknary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. TNC Supply. And app only.
It's going to be a spooky good time. Did I really just say that? I guess I did. It's the official Zeoli Army Halloween extravaganza live at the Grand Hotel of Cape May, New Jersey, October 31st. And you better be there, or else you're dead to me. Literally, because it's Halloween. October 31st, 3 to 7 p.m., Grand Hotel of Cape May, New Jersey. No tricks, but lots of treats, the adult kind, at the bar. So join us 3 to 7 p.m. for my show live at the Grand Hotel of Cape May, New Jersey on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. See you then.
Prescription products require completion of an online medication consultation with an independent healthcare provider through the LifeMD platform and are only available if prescribed. Subscription required. Individual results may vary. Additional restrictions apply at lifemd.com. Read all warnings before using GLP-1s. Side effects may include a risk of thyroid C-cell tumors. Do not use GLP-1s if you or your family have a history of thyroid cancer.
Confused on where to start with weight loss medication? 95% of LifeMD patients said starting their weight loss journey was simple. Go to trylifemd.com now and see the best options with or without insurance for Wegovy, Zepbound, and more. Brian was approved for insurance coverage and lost 100 pounds.
I love the fact that insurance covered almost everything because pharmaceutical prices are going through the roof. The first time I realized that LifeMD was working for me was when the hunger started going away. I never thought losing weight would be this easy. It's given me more energy. I would recommend LifeMD to anybody.
Nearly 96% of patients said they would recommend the LifeMD program to anyone who wants to lose weight. Get started right now at trylifemd.com. That's TRYLIFEMD.com.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2025 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aid.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Now you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
Little Elton John. Some of you can't hear the music. That's what I realized. I'm such a dope. I was watching Zioli at some point. I think it was last week. And I'm like, what's he waiting for? Because I've got him on the big screen. He looks all tan and fabulous. And by the way, he was on Fox News this morning. I don't know. Justin was talking to him. We might get Zioli. I don't know what he's talking about. Whether he's talking about the election. He might be talking about the family farm. We'll find out. But I was watching Zioli and then I was like, what's he waiting for? And then I realized sometimes you're not, if you're on YouTube, if you're watching us there streaming, you're not hearing the music because we're not allowed to air it. So when you watch TV, such as Fox News, my alma mater, Fox 29 here, or CBS 3, or you're watching national, you'll notice that they have purchased and they've paid the artist, which is the proper thing to do. Because I have some friends who are musicians. We want them to get paid. But they've paid for the package so they can air certain, like 20 seconds of certain music. But we don't have the package, the package. You know what I'm saying? So that's why some of you hear it, some of you don't. Anyway, that's my little explainer. So I was like, doesn't Zioli know he's on? Then I realized, duh, it's the music that I'm not hearing because I'm watching on YouTube. All right. So I digress. Let's get to my friend, Dr. Mary Mass, who you've come to know well. So her latest piece, as she always, we love everything she's writing about and talking about what's really going on and talking about, and she's in Bucks County, but this really has an impact across the nation, all of us, as we think about, and she calls it the cover up on coverage. So she's writing about sticky honeypots, big insurers, and how basically we're all getting played. I don't know if that's a good description, but that's my description of, Dr. Mass talking about free market reforms that are needed in healthcare. So without further ado, Dr. Mass is in the house. Good morning.
Good morning, Dawn. How are you? Did you have a good weekend?
I did. It flew by. It just flew. And we were talking about you because Larry said, Dr. Mass, we see on social media you have this amazing, beautiful garden, flower garden, all the vegetables all summer long. And we just didn't do the vegetable. We tried. It just didn't. I don't know. We're
okay,
not.
Well, you're going to come and visit, okay? I'm going to show you how it's done.
Yes. So we were self-critical.
Yeah, but it's all, it's a work in progress. I don't have great years every year, but, this year we're having a great time with the pears and the apples. I just made another big batch of pear cardamom butter and canned it up. It's very good with cheese. But we digress.
Yes.
So I had a great weekend because my family, my nephews were in town, and my two sons came into town. We went into Philly on Saturday, but we couldn't go into Independence Hall. It was so disappointing, and we couldn't because there's a shutdown. And why is there a shutdown? Because the Democrats are stomping their feet, and they're insisting that we give forever enhanced subsidies for the ACA to the insurance companies. And that's the piece that I wrote about this morning. It's in the Independence of Bucks County. The title is called Free Market Reforms Needed in Healthcare. I did send it out onto X, and I'll pin it to the top. There's something else there that's pinned right now, but I'll get that out. You never know sometimes when something's going to be put out. But I was actually inspired by our conversation last Monday. Remember how we talked about math and how you had to do the math? that we shouldn't let it give you wrinkles. Well, I went back and I essentially explained in writing. I made some clarifications on these subsidies, and then I did the math. And first, the clarifications, just so everyone knows, these subsidies that they're talking about, that they're insisting be made permanent. Democrats, Hakeem Jeffries has said make them permanent or no deal. Chuck Schumer, I believe, I think he said the same, but they're insisting that every year for the rest of forever, the taxpayers are going to pay these subsidies, and they're going right into the pockets of the insurers, whose stock prices have been up over 1,000% since we passed the ACA, because it was a big insurer plan. Another point, those current estimates of covering the subsidies that they're demanding to be covered come to about $40 billion per year, but it's actually probably more because who knows? These insurers have a track record of demanding more all the time. And then the last thing is these are separate from the original ACA subsidies, as we discussed last week, but repetition is good. These are only the subsidies that came into play when we passed the American Rescue Act. So those 3 points of clarification, is there anything else you think your listeners would want clarification on with regard to those points?
Well, here's what I would say. You're talking about $40+ billion. This is the fleecing of America. This is a scam. And I'll notice, and you'll notice, the bias by omission. In other words, when this all began, the Democrats were saying, oh, no, this is not about special subsidies. Oh, no, this is not about the ACA. Oh, no, this is not about paying for illegals, ... I happen to notice suddenly, Dr. Mary Mass, nobody's saying that anymore. How come?
Frankly, I think people are catching on, because I think people are finally realizing, oh gosh, all this money that we're spending on healthcare, 20% of our GDP, maybe I should pay attention to where the money is going. Oops, it's going to these companies that I don't like. Rats, it's seeming that this one subset of people that are in Congress are the ones that are demanding it. Even if I like those people, I'm not so happy with this. The ACA hasn't been working. Everyone's paying more and getting less, and the emperor has no clothes. The ACA is like the emperor that has no clothes. For years, everyone said, here's a great emperor. He's marching down the street. What rich raiment he's wearing. And now we're like, oh, dang, that King ACA, there's no clothes on there. The guy's naked. And like when you rip off the blinders and you can see that what we have is not working, then it's a problem. And, the other fallacy too, there's points in the piece that I wrote, I'm not going to come in and just say, oh, get rid of this and not tell you other things we need to do. And a lot of lawmakers have been pushing for some of the things that I've pointed out, because a lot of really good reformers have been pushing for it for a while. People have been saying, like, the ACA, they took away the ability for most people to get true catastrophic plans, and they enforced that all the plans you get had to have certain essential benefits. Well, reverse those two things. I'm not even coming in here and saying repeal the ACA. I'm coming and picking out specific things that are a problem, and, also saying that we need to liberalize healthcare savings accounts and have radical transparency. How about we can actually see what we're supposed to be paying for things? If you follow me on X and you follow me on Facebook, where I put up a lot of stuff.
And I just I reposted it on our Talk Radio. I just reposted it and tagged
Talk
Radio
you.
Schultz. So, and I know Justin Otero, who's in for Dan, he's going to do that. He always does that too, so that everybody can check it out and check out your piece.
Yes, no, but super. When we talk about this transparency that's badly needed, Keith Smith and Mark Cuban both testified last week in front of the Senate Aging Committee. Great testimony, both of them. Everyone knows Mark Cuban. I have not met Mark Cuban. He does follow me on X. I must admit, it was kind of like, wow, this is a big follow. This is great. But Mark has been a big he's not only been pointing out the problems with the PBMs, he set up cost plus drugs, which is a way around the PBMs and the big distributors. But Mark testified, and I'm going to tell everyone who Dr. Keith Smith is. He's an anesthesiologist who started and runs the Oklahoma Surgery Center. And in his testimony, and I tweeted about this or X'd about this, whatever you'd say, I pointed out that he stated that they recently had a set of parents who came to them with a child who needed a tonsillectomy, and the child and parents were from Dallas, and a hospital had quoted them, $80,000 for a tonsillectomy, and Dr. Smith has been doing transparently priced surgery in his surgical center for decades now, and it was $3,000 at his center. So there's $3,000 or $80,000. What do you want to pay? Yeah. And now, hey, America, even if you have coverage and you have an insurer that's going to pay the $80,000, which you might, because they do silly little games like this, and there's another explanation behind that. But even if it's covered, that just means that eventually this is going to catch up with you, your children, your grandchildren, and premiums, because there's not an endless pot of money here. So this idea behind radical transparency is needed. And there's a whole slew of additional reforms. We need to be able to have these expanded HSAs transferred to our progeny. We need to provide regulatory relief for smaller independent medical practices. They don't have it now, and then they get swallowed up by the big conglomerates. We need to have site-neutral Medicare payments, which means that the big hospitals don't get to collect 3, 4, 5 times as much as an independent practitioner collects. That's fiscal folly. We need to prevent monopolized ownership of hospitals and practices by, big private equity groups that are swallowing them up and demanding more. We need to break up vertical integration, insurers, pharmacy, the pharmacy benefit managers, 340B reform. These are things that listeners won't know about, but they've been talking about them in Congress and often across the aisle, and people often have introduced bills, but they sit and they languish because people don't know about them. So there are good ideas, and I am really weary of people saying, the Republicans have never offered a replacement plan. Well, you know what? We don't really need a big plan. We need specific reforms that added together will allow a landscape of choices for the American public. We all don't need to be doing the same thing. Healthcare is personal. Why have one big thing that we're all doing? It doesn't make any sense.
So in this, just to be clear, because and your piece is great, Dr. Mary Mass, as you write about this, and everybody can go to we were tweeting it out and Xing it out, whatever, putting it on social media, but it's bucksindependence.com. But in this one, you're pointing out that these subsidies were the 2021, these were COVID pandemic era special subsidies. So that's on top of, what was initially passed to support the Affordable Care Act, correct? That this is something that's even on top of that, and that's even driving up our debt. I mean, we just hit 38 trillion. It's hard for me to even say 38 trillion in the national debt. Part of it is because we just can't afford these particular subsidies.
We can't afford a lot of things right now. But, you would think to yourself, I guess I always get down to the household level. And, I was raised with the idea that you don't spend money that you don't have. We're spending our grandchildren's money right now in our country, and we've got to start dialing back. So when you see money that's being spent and it's going in a place where you maybe might not want it to go, or you see that it's being spent uselessly, because as I bring up in the piece as well, I highlight the work of Brian Blaze of Paragon Institute, and Blaze has put out this. It's a really terrific video. People should watch it. They may need to watch it a couple times. It's hyperlinked in the piece, but to talk through it, he's pointing out that based on a 50-year-old, an exchange enrollee in the 50-year-old, the premiums have more than tripled since before the ACA was enacted. So we thought we were getting affordable health care, and we're not. We all know we're getting less access to care because it's harder than ever to get in. So affordable care seems to be a misnomer. But what he's dug up when you watch the video, there's a tremendous number of zero claim enrollees on these plans. And that means that we are subsidizing people that aren't utilizing any health care. And it's like an average of $10,000 a year. So why are they covered? People could say, well, that's so that, they don't have to have any big, gigantic surprise bills. But if you dig down, an uninsured, healthy 50-year-old would expect to pay anywhere from only a few hundred to several $1,000s a year for medical care out of pocket. So why are we paying $10,000 to insurance companies to insure, 50-year-olds? Taxpayers are paying it when they would only be spending a couple hundred, a couple $1,000s. Why not just pay that direct? And by the way, that $10,000, of course, isn't going to anyone who's actually providing care. So I'd call that getting fleeced. And I think I have one syllable in response for getting fleeced. Bah! Don't be a sheep.
Yeah. Yeah, I just think that, to your point, and we thank you because, doctors like you breaking it down, putting it into an understandable form, you're basically the truth bomb that we need. And this is what, and I'm glad Mark Cuban is following you and listening, as well as others. And I believe at the White House as well, just to get the talking points to explain this in a way that it's understandable, because it's a lie that's being told. I mean, with Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries and others, they're just lying. And I don't say that readily. I don't like to just say liar, liar, pants on fire just because of somebody's politics. I don't like to do that as a general rule, but I don't know how else to say it, Dr. Mass. This is a lie, and it's wrong, and the American people deserve to understand what we're paying for, and this is the fleecing of America in such a way that is obnoxious to me, and I think it hurts. It especially, I've gone on rants about my son Michael, who I've told you about, and I've told everybody about, with the diagnosis, like so many that we can't really explain during COVID. Suddenly we have this remarkable uptick in type 1, rare autoimmune type 1 diabetes diagnoses. And so for people like that, when you can't, get the proper care, yesterday I picked up a Dexcom, it was like over $500. Now the insurance company is not going to cover it. Then I have to go back through to the doctor, and we have to go through this whole theater, this exercise. It's just, the whole thing is ridiculous. And it's infuriating. And then on top of it, when I think about the fact of what we're subsidizing, who's getting rich, and I just feel like at the end of the day, we're all getting played. But in truth, those who truly need this for life-saving medical care are also getting screwed in the process. And that's a sin.
100%. 100%. And then, we keep on spending money, and then down the line, the money has gone off and gone into the pockets. Will you ever see it back again? Probably not. But then I think of, children that will be born in years to come that have needed care, and we keep on feeding money. If you made a ratio of the value you provide to the patient versus the cost, there's an awful lot of people that have a very low ratio. And, you need your Dexcom scanner. Thank God someone invented it. You needed the doctor that diagnosed your diabetes, that's helping to make sure that your Michael is keeping his sugars where they should. God forbid you need a nephrologist if anything happens to his kidneys because his sugars aren't, where they could be. There's a lot of things that your son is going to need, and you as a mom want that for him and need it for him. He needs that insulin. And there's children who have died, young people who have died because they didn't get their insulin, or my ex-friend Bill and Shannon, their name, it's very hard to say, Schmitnick, I may be saying it wrong, out in Wisconsin. Their son Cole, 22 years old, didn't get his inhaler. The insurance company's PBM just stopped covering it, and he died less than 2 weeks later. And it went off the formulary. I mean, that's, Cubans we seem to argue a little bit. I'm like, just don't let the PBMs be able to collect kickbacks. He said, don't let them control the formularies. Well, I mean, either would come to the right answer, but I just somehow think that allowing PBMs to continue to collect kickbacks is a problem.
Yeah.
They're tied to the insurance companies. But you bring up lawmakers lying. I'm going to be a little more charitable. I think a lot of them don't understand it. But if they don't understand it and they're not following the money and they're not doing the math, or they're letting the math do the wrinkles, then we shouldn't be trusting them.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe they shouldn't be the ones opening their mouth about it.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, that's a good point. However, at this point, they've been talking about it enough. And so at some point, you could say that about any of our jobs, like in the news industry or what have you. But at some point, not for nothing, on people like you on social media, doctors, even Mark Cuban has the sense to, let's say, follow you and look into it. And so they're being notably uncurious. Maybe I should say that. They're either liars or they're just very uncurious about what's really going on here. But in this one, you talk about catastrophic coverage and taxpayers, what we're all paying. Big insurance wins. When you talk about the PBMs, it's basically, and just correct me if I'm wrong, it's basically a loophole that they created so that they can profit.
The PBMs, they've created a lot of loopholes.
Yeah.
I mean, first of all, they're controlling the formularies, which means that they make up the lists of what gets covered, and they're owned by the insurance companies, so that's a conflict of interest, and they're able to collect kickbacks. So, in other words, if you want your drug on the formulary, you just pay the PBM. They're like the gatekeeper. I mean, it's illegal for all other industries except for the hospital minimum called GPOs. I'd call that a pretty darn big loophole. I mean, I don't collect kickbacks. I don't know about you. I mean, this is a big problem. And when I first found out about this, I'm like, oh, gosh, Congress will be thrilled. I'm exposing this. I'm telling them about it. And I trot down there in 2018 and like, hey, guys, these PBMs, they're making all this money. Look, I got out the sock puppets, right? And they're just looking at you blankly. I think some of them get it maybe, but I've had one of them tell me, I talked to my chief of staff. They said that if I try to repeal these kickbacks, that pretty much every industry that's making money in healthcare will come after me. And I'm like, so what? I just don't compute with that. Maybe that should tell you something. But now I think if people start to know about it, PBMs and insurance companies can still donate all the money. And of course they're going to go and they're probably going to have, articles written, that counteract this. And, but who cares? Once you see the truth, it should set you free. And once people discover it, who cares how much money that they spend on politicians? And frankly, I don't even care if the politicians take the money. Take all the money you want. Just don't do the wrong thing. Although I'd rather see them not take the money, but that's just me.
Yeah, point well taken. Well, Dr. Mary Mass, until next time, bucksindependence.com. Everybody read up.
All right. Thanks so much, Dawn. Have a great day.
You too. Have a great Monday. It's always a better, more informed Monday, thanks to Dr. Mass. All right, up ahead, I see Frank and Ian. They're getting all set up. So what were they doing over the weekend in Philadelphia with their open forum? Oh, we got some good stuff. A lot of breaking news this morning. We'll get to it. Thanks for being here today on this Monday. Dawn Stensland. Follow me on social media at Dawn Stensland. Much more right around the corner.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have Leaf Filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
To get this special radio offer, go to leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today and get up to 30% off. That's leaffilter.com/deal for up to 30% off. leaffilter.com/deal. See representative for warranty details.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. When it comes to protecting your home, trust matters. Trust is everything. That's why I use and only recommend Emmons Roofing and Siding. They've been doing it right for over 35 years. Emmons is family-owned, local, and reliable. So whether you need roofing, siding, windows, or doors, Emmons has you covered. And as an Owens Corning Platinum contractor, they offer lifetime warranties on the roof. So call 855-4-EMMONS or visit callemmons.com today. Peace of mind is just a call away. Tell them I sent you.
At Citizens, we help make sense of your money and all your money questions.
Should I pay down my debt or start an emergency fund?
Is now the right time to start saving?
How can I move my financial goalposts even an inch?
Can money actually buy happiness?
What's it take to live like a royal in Queen Village?
Whatever money questions you have, Citizens has the answers. Make sense of your money at citizensbank.com/made-ready. Member FDIC.
House stealing. It's a nightmare that's real. It's the FBI's term for thieves stealing your home's title and draining your equity. Just one fake document filed with a recorder, and scammers can own your home on paper, drain your equity, and do it all without you even knowing. Imagine waking up to a foreclosure or eviction notice. Listen to former title thief Matt Cox.
What people don't realize is the ease in which this crime can happen. I can take the deed to your house and I can transfer that deed into my name. It's a great crime, and it's happening all the time.
So how can you stop the nightmare and protect yourself? Find out if you're already a victim now at HomeTitleLock.com. Use promo code RADIO and get a 30-day free trial of their $1 million triple lock protection, a title scan, and access to a title specialist, a $250 value. Don't wait. Go to HoldTitleLock.com now, promo code RADIO.
New Jersey voters, you have 3 voting options in the general election. You can vote in person on Election Day, Tuesday, November 4th, or vote early in person starting Saturday, October 25th, or vote by mail. Details at vote.nj.gov.
Julia owed the IRS thousands.
I was paralyzed with fear.
Then
I heard a commercial for Optima Tax Relief.
Optima Tax Relief is the leading tax resolution firm. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau and experts in the Fresh Start Initiative.
Optima Tax Relief settled my IRS tax bill.
Call Optima now for a free consultation.
It was amazing.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Visit OptimaTaxRelief.com for details.
Just like our offensive line protects our star quarterback, plumbers protect the health of the nation. And Philadelphia Plumbers Union Local 690 is no different. In hospitals, commercial, industrial, and residential, with the best trained plumbers in the world, you can be sure your project is done on time and on budget, no matter how big or small. So when your business needs to build new or expand existing facilities, you can count on the members of Plumbers Union Local 690. Visit plumbers690.org.
You are not your diagnosis.
A medical chart is not your identity.
And vision loss does not define you.
Your drive shows who you are.
And you are not alone.
Because we are driven too.
To be a beacon of strength.
A champion of courage.
An advocate for hope.
You are not alone.
Because we are stronger together.
We drive the research for the cures we are finding.
We're fighting macular degeneration,
retinitis pigmentosa,
Usher syndrome,
and the entire spectrum of blinding retinal diseases.
We fund.
We fight.
We win.
We
are the foundation fighting blindness.
Together, we are fighting blindness.
Join the fight at fightingblindness.org.
Kale and Company weekday mornings 6 till 10.
Why are we not talking about Philadelphia? I haven't heard the Trump administration say Philadelphia a single time.
Agreed.
We're right there with Chicago. I would argue with Pennsylvania being the ultimate key battleground state, that Philadelphia, and I don't want to see it, but if it's necessary, do it, which is why I'm on board with this. Send him to Philadelphia. What are we waiting on here? You know Larry Krasner ain't going to change anything. You know Sherelle Parker will give you a speech every 6 weeks.
Start your day with Kale and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Live and local from Philadelphia. The Dawn Stensland Show on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
One of the big headlines this morning is that shooting, just horrific, homecoming family weekend, Lincoln University, Chester County, 1 dead, 6 in the hospital, expected to pull through, but that investigation continues and it looks like multiple shooters. So that's one of the big stories. Another one that I'm looking for, I'm just cruising through looking for the latest headlines. I don't see too much. Isn't this interesting? About the budget crisis, if you will, that is hitting Pennsylvania. So it's amazing to me that nobody in the media locally here seems to be talking about the fact that it's the law in Pennsylvania that you're supposed to have a budget passed. And now we're 4 months past that. And where was Governor Josh Shapiro over the weekend? In Virginia. He's been camping. He's campaigning, and was stumping for, among others, the gubernatorial candidate Democrat in Virginia, as well as Mikey Sherrill, obviously in New Jersey, but not even here. And nobody questions it. Nobody's talking about it. So that's one of your headlines. Let's get to, yes, our friends, Frank Scales, Frank and Ian in the house. We try to see if they can come here in person in the studio every Monday to catch up, having the conversation, kind of Charlie Kirk-esque Philadelphia version, and some threats going on, or implied threats, if you will. Frank and Ian, great to have you guys here.
Thank you for having us, Dawn.
Thanks for having us
again. It's
always
a pleasure.
So I know that we'll get to some of the videos that we have of you guys, as every Saturday, you want to have the conversation. But now it looks like you have gained the attention of more organized individuals who want to prevent you. This is not a shocker to me, but they want to stop you from even being allowed to have the conversation.
Yeah, so they want to stop us. They don't actually want to have any conversations or disagree. Their ringleader actually came the first week, and we had a conversation with him, and he got owned. So since then, he's been coming back with a drummer, and this week actually 5 or 6 people, not to sit down and talk, but to stand there, dance, and, if you want to go look on our Instagram, Surge Philly, their dance moves are bad. They don't have good dance moves. But they want to sit there, they want to dance, and the drummer wants to be obnoxiously loud to try to drown out our voices. That's the only thing they know how to do, is sit there and scream when they don't get their way. But we're not going to let it stop us.
So I know that we have some of the videos, and Justin will play those as we move along. But yeah, follow them. It's at Surge
Philly, SURGEPHILLY on Instagram, and underscore between Surge and Philly on X.
Good. Energizing Philly to take our city back.
Yes.
So 2 guys who you guys met in high school, Roman Catholic, 2 good Catholic boys. We'll have to do we'll have to create an open just for you guys. But I want to amplify your voices.
We appreciate it, Dawn. And yeah, it means a lot. It's a blessing to be able to do this and, come here, talk to you guys every Monday.
Cool.
It's amazing.
And it goes to show that there are good people like you in Philadelphia who want to see change. So we can't tell you how much we appreciate it.
Now, we asked my dear friend, because I'm still his Padawan, Rich Zioli, if he wanted to join the conversation. He couldn't call in because, I don't know, is he in the limo still? He's,
busy guy, Rich.
He's back and forth between Fox and obviously the Zioli Show afternoons here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. But we're going to, have him join in with us. One of these Mondays, we'll get him. We'll get all of us together.
That'd be awesome.
But so you guys, when were you on Newsmax? Again over the weekend?
Yeah, so we were on Newsmax on Friday.
Nice.
And it was an awesome conversation. And they actually replayed it yesterday. And,
Cool.
we're so thankful to them for doing that.
So because I think it was Schmidt or was it Finnerty? Whose show were you on?
It was on Greg Kelly Reports.
Okay.
At 9:30.
All right. So we're just keeping track of this, okay? These guys.
Yeah.
So tell me what happened. I mean, are you because I want you to be careful,
Oh, yeah.
and are your parents or anybody, is anybody worried about you because not for nothing here, but I think there are some people worried about you in our audience for sure. After what happened to Charlie Kirk, these threats are real. What are you doing with regard to security? And I don't know, maybe we all need to come out, some of us mama and papa bears. I don't know. I'm a little worried because you had some threats.
Yeah, definitely. And, our family's definitely worried, but we tell them that this has to be done. And, it's what we want to do. And we're putting on the armor of God and we're going to go out there and make the change and, we'll be protected. And we have people all over the city. Whenever we go out, people stop, they shake our hands, they say thank you. So we have a lot of people who are watching over us and who support us and a lot of good people in Philadelphia, and God will protect us for the people who may have ill intentions.
Absolutely. And yeah, and actually some people were kind enough to, act as de facto security guards. So we do appreciate that. And yeah, so far the events have been relatively peaceful, but you can never discount that threat of that one crazy who comes with ill intentions. And I will have to say the civil affairs cops have been great too with coming out and providing some staffing and some security. But yeah, we'll get into a little bit more of the details of the debate because at the end, actually, we were confronted by one of the park dwellers, a homeless person who actually came up and was making threatening advances towards Frank, and unfortunately, the civil affairs cops weren't present.
Ruh-roh.
And yeah, so Frank had a little interesting run-in.
Should we play this? Let's go through these in order. You sent these to us, but this is so you had your debate, and this is out in open. It's in the public, in the park, broad daylight. And so, do we have these yet, Justin? Do you have these?
Yeah.
Okay.
Is there a specific order you guys want to play them in? Like order you sent them?
Yeah.
You could play them in any order.
Yep.
That's fine.
I'll just play them in the order you sent them.
Let's do it.
That guy is going to drum the entire time.
That's fine.
He wants to drown out this.
Because he's exercising his First Amendment just as you are. Let the dude drum, dude. Let the dude drum.
There's some bad dancing.
Again, you got to check out the dance moves on our Instagram or social media because they were really remarkably bad. So it's definitely funny to watch. But again, the left, they believe that their First Amendment right is to essentially make noise, not to have discussion. That's what we're dealing with. We're dealing with people who think that, banging on a drum is what a conversation with the other side means. It's totally unproductive, and all they want to do is destroy things. All they want is destruction. The Democratic Party is the party of destruction.
And distraction. Because they do want to, cast smoke screens up and take away attention from the real issues. Like how Dawn said, their PA is operating without a state budget right now, the only state in the entire country. So there is a lot of real issues that we do have to get to, and banging on drums isn't going to get us nowhere.
We have a governor more focused on Pennsylvania Avenue, not Pennsylvania.
Mm-hmm. Well said. So let's get to clip number 2, the second one in order here. And this is the Surge Philly, Save Philly tour. And this happened over the weekend right here in Philadelphia.
What's your name?
That's it, by the way. You know my name?
I don't.
Your org watches my Instagram stories. Y'all stalking me. You don't even hit me with a follower collab or tag. You gotta tag me. You know my Instagram.
So why are you drumming? Drummer boy didn't want to answer any questions. It's disappointing. Most importantly, that is not a Philly accent. He's from Jersey. He's not a local person. He's not from Philadelphia. And, he's coming over the bridge. He's spending $30 to park to just disrupt our event.
And so that leads us to the question as to whether or not some of these guys, and we've seen this around the country, are getting paid.
And we actually have some evidence that they are. The ringleader said to the drummer, and we were told this by somebody with us, the ringleader said, make sure you get paid for this when they were leaving. Which is
Interesting
very
choice
interesting.
of words, yeah. And it doesn't seem like that would be, something to be confused for what it is. I think it's exactly what we think it is. It's very I would love to see like an investigation into this group of people, and maybe that's what will come next.
So we're continuing the conversation here with the Surge Philly co-founders, Frank Scales, Ian McGinnis, going out there and, just opening up the conversation in this free forum in hopes of getting, honest to God, members of the public who want to talk about the issues, and then these interruptions by what appear to be different individuals who are getting paid in some fashion for this. We've heard about this, where they give out like $50 gift cards to people, try to recruit people. And sometimes you'll see this same exact people across the country. I mean, somebody you mentioned over the bridge, but sometimes these Antifa groups, we see them on the East Coast, on the West Coast, in the middle of the country. Who's paying for their flights? Who's paying for all of this transportation for them to, and a lot of times, by the way, they're different events. So it's not even with one group. Is that what you're starting to see, Ian and Frank?
Absolutely. So at the No Kings protest, we actually seen a lot of the people we saw that were stopping us from entering the church.
Mm-hmm.
And we actually made a video about a few people who actually wrote an article for Communist World.
Workers' World.
Workers' World, a communist organization that supports North Korea. Somebody made an article or wrote an article talking about how they helped block us from entering the church. We saw them same people at the No Kings protests. And this is what I have to say. This is what Surge Philly has to say. If these radical leftists want to fight in Philadelphia, then they can have a fight. These communists, these agitators, the Marxists and anarchists, we're going to take the fight to them in Philadelphia, and we're going to beat them. And we're going to beat them through discourse and discussion. We're going to expose them for who they are, and we're going to uproot them out of our institutions.
And so let's listen in now. Here's the third clip that you sent us. And this is more of Surge Philly on the scene, live and local, right here in Philadelphia.
I have a mental. I have a condition. It hurts my ears.
Then why did you come here? You saw me playing the drums.
I listened too close.
So in this case, you have people walking up who want to have part of the conversation with you guys. And this drummer guy, which, by the way, those drums are pretty expensive that he has.
Yeah. It looks like it.
And he doesn't know how to play them.
That's my next question. Don't even get me started. We have some drums for my stepson, Jonathan, if he's listening. And I tried to get rid of them. And my husband was like, this always goes back to audience of one. He's like, those were expensive. But what he has there, it's, so there's a big like strap and you can wear them. I can tell you those are very expensive. And the fact that he's just banging on them, he's not a professional drummer. Who paid for that?
Yeah.
They're just trying to literally make the most noise.
Yeah, someone needs to, start paying for his drum lessons.
Yeah, if the Soros Foundation is listening, please pay for lessons for all of our sakes.
I love it. But in all seriousness, you have somebody coming up trying to talk to you guys and trying to have a conversation or even a debate, and you can't because this guy shows up from Jersey, apparently, right? And he's just trying to make so much noise that it's unbearable.
And this is a really important point. This kid who walked up who said, could you please stop banging on the drums? He actually disagreed with us. He was an atheist who wanted to talk about our Christian viewpoint. So this was a debate. This was not a conversation between people who agreed, and the drummer was trying to drown that out, saying, why did you come here? They desperately want to stop people from having the conversation because they know when conservatives talk, they make sense. And when they make sense, they win.
And also, at first, when he first, showed up banging on the drums, I thought it was just, him projecting hate to the other side and, trying to silence conservatives. But that interaction showed me that these people don't want debate at all. They don't want to talk.
Mm-hmm.
It seems like they want to resort to violence and animalistic things like banging on drums and making, just noise.
Mm-hmm.
It's not productive. It doesn't get us anywhere. And quite frankly, these people need to, they need to learn better. And I hope they find God.
Aw.
And to just add on that,
yeah,
a gentleman who was with us went up and said, "I love you guys. Can we talk?" The lady said back, quote unquote, "Kill yourself." This is the hate that's coming out of these people. They're cowardly. They're cowardly people, but at their core, they're violent. They're very violent people, and they're too cowardly to actually act it out. So they'll sit there and they'll have temper tantrums, but they are a real issue. And conservatives like to play defense. We like to say we have jobs, we add value, we want to take care of our families. But it's time for conservatives and Republicans to start playing offense. Because if we don't play offense, if we don't get out there and organize, we are going to lose our country and lose our city and lose everything that's important to us. It's life or death for our country right now because of people like this.
Are you listening? There's an old saying, out of the mouths of babes come words of wisdom. And not that I want to say you're babes, but you're young guys.
We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I hope you do. Is like you're just a little bit older than my sons, a few years older. And so I do think that what you're saying is really prophetic. And I think we all have to pay attention. Earlier this morning, I couldn't even hold back anymore. We were kind of having a weird morning anyway. Poor Greg was having a breakdown because we were having technical problems. And then I went off on the PA GOP and the Philadelphia GOP because I'm always saying we're getting played. And I wish, I'm being honest, at the Pennsylvania level, Ted Christian, to me, would, because he's been in place, would have been better. But I don't get calls from Philadelphia's GOP at the Philadelphia level, at the state level, maybe a little more than I used to. But I do think, to your point, when you think about Democrats, they do have a better organization level.
Yeah.
They're better fun. I mean, that horrible election that happened in Bucks County, I'll never forget it because it was just, I had this sick feeling in my stomach for like months. I think we all did. But we just got played here in Pennsylvania because there was all of this huge money coming from D.C., not local money, to your point, but it was the Democrats do have a structure and a level of organization. It's to your point. I think the Republicans just don't. It's a real problem. What you're doing is filling a void.
Yes, we are filling that void, and we have a Republican Party, we have a Democrat Party, but what we need is third-party organizations. We need nonprofits going out there spreading the message, and we got to give respect to the opponent where it's due. They're very good at this. They have a whole system built out, and they know how to get their message out there, and they have a cult-like following and essentially soldiers. We don't want that on the right because we're about free thinking, critical thinking, and having conversations, but we need to get militant about that. We need to get militant about defending our rights, to speak, our right, all of our constitutional rights, and we need to build out organizations who can do that.
Now, what do you mean militant when you say that?
So we need to get out there. We need to organize. We need to have events.
Like disciplined. When you say the word militant, you don't mean anything. Because somebody listening is going to say, oh, they're,
No, absolutely not. We need to get out there. We need to have debates. We need to have conversations, and we have to be very, very intolerant of people who don't want to do that. We can't allow people to shut down events. So when they want to come out, when they want to make noise, we have to continue to have events. The beauty of the conservative movement is that we're peaceful. We're peaceful, and we want discourse and discussion, but we need to do that, and we need to be insistent on doing that regardless of what obstacle gets thrown in our way, because the fate of our country is really at stake right now.
Now, there was a lot of criticism, and even in the media, it was late September when President Trump signed that executive order, and it was designating Antifa as, quote, a domestic terrorist organization. And then he had issued, a national security presidential memo on countering domestic terrorism organizations, organized political violence. The media and I think at some point we aired a montage of this, the media saying Antifa is not organized. They're not, there's no evidence they're organized. And yet we saw the signage. We even saw law enforcement, with paid hits on their heads and that sort of thing. Are you seeing any of these different groups that you feel are organized? Are you
100%? Antifa is 100% an organization. I mean, we see it all. It's heavily documented. These people have safe houses. They get U-Haul trucks of supplies dropped off to them at their protests. Mm-hmm. Where is that coming from? They try to say, oh, it's a communal living society. That doesn't make any sense. These are highly organized, well-funded, and hateful people that are getting money from the highest levels of power. And it's really showing all across the nation at these No Kings protests, the same signs, the same signage. They're actually getting those inflatable costumes dropped off to them in U-Haul trucks. We've seen people like Nick Shirley, people like Cam Higbee actually document this on social media, places where the mainstream media won't cover it. And, it's really emblematic that the mainstream media won't cover this, because it shows you who really may be pulling the strings.
Yeah, and we had I meant to update that earlier, but we had the guy in a Trump inflatable that was being attacked, and that video that went viral, you saw it. And so there was an arrest, in fact, because he was, he was beaten up pretty badly.
Yeah, and I mean, it shows, the left, they have their protests, but, largely conservatives don't resort to violence against them. In what inflatable they're in, it doesn't matter. But it's really interesting that when somebody wears a Donald Trump inflatable, they get beaten to a pulp, essentially.
Yes.
I think it's very emblematic of what we're dealing with right now in this country, and it's political violence coming from the left.
And if we want to talk about organization, we actually interviewed somebody who said that they get legal representation for $100. Each case they have, they get legal representation for $100. This same person was holding a sign that said, "Why hasn't anybody killed the president yet?" This person said that they have been protesting since 2011. So to say that there's no organization behind these people, it's simply not true. And if you go out and you do some research, you could see that there is an organization behind these people. They are organized. It's an industry.
Yeah, we saw it. I first saw it firsthand when Moms for Liberty had their conference here in Philadelphia a couple years ago. And, our friend Kathy Barnett led the morning prayer, kicked off part of the conference. And there were reports from people in the crowd that, in fact, they were giving out, even recruiting like anybody in the area, homeless people, just anybody walking around, giving them a $50 gift card.
Yeah.
Just one of those like Visa gift cards that they were saying, hey, just come and protest this group and they're really horrible and just all you have to do is stand with us and, just for a few minutes, whatever. And that was the crowd. So that's pretty hefty to give out that many people a 50 or a $100 gift card. That's a lot of money.
And it seems that an actual industry spawned out of this. Like, I mean, come on, there's a company called Crowd on Demand. You could actually pay for a crowd of your choice, whether that's, a Planned Parenthood protest, a No Kings protest, a pro-Palestinian protest. It doesn't matter. There are ways for the people that want these things to happen to pay for the crowd to be there. And it's very interesting.
And you have a few different layers. So the people at the very top, they seem to want destabilization. You have people who are just actors. We see them all the time, especially in some of our interviews at No Kings. And then you have people who actually believe this stuff and who are Marxists and who have been fooled. And essentially they're being used as useful idiots. And I say that term not insulting, but they don't actually know what the agenda is. They're just standing for something they think they believe. But a lot of these people who believe this stuff, who are Marxists, they have shirts supporting North Korea, and we actually seen somebody in a shirt saying Supreme Leader, and it was Kim Jong-un on the shirt. And we had a debate last week with somebody who was a communist, self-described, and he said, capitalism is bad. The United States is the problem. And, it's funny. This is what he said. It's funny how we always show support towards South Korea, but not North Korea. And I asked him a very simple question. Where would you rather live, South Korea or North Korea? And he said, well, I don't know. So what we did was we said, fine, if you don't know, we're going to pay for you to go live in North Korea. We want you to start a business, raise a family, and have a good life for a year in North Korea, and you can report back and tell us where you would rather live. And, right now we're actually raising money to send him to North Korea. We actually have enough money to send him to North Korea, but he hasn't responded back.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe somebody advised him. By the way, Brett on our YouTube chat says get a spray bottle of cat urine. I'm doing some selective editing here. Put a fan on your table, walks up as so that the person gets sprayed with cat. You know what? It's like, you guys.
See, that's some engineering right there. That's we might have to keep it in mind.
No, I mean, but that's the thing. You guys are trying to welcome them. The only advice I would have, with the microphone, I would say maybe lock down a microphone so that they can't walk away with it.
Yeah, for sure. We definitely do need to, get a mic stand to make sure no opportunistic people want to, steal a microphone from us. But it's been good so far, but we definitely do need to hunker down there.
And right now we're building out a team to help us do these events and other things. So if anybody would like to get involved and be part of that staff, go to surgephilly.com and fill out our form, and we'll be in touch.
Nice. surgephilly.com. And what's up for this weekend? It is Halloween weekend.
Yeah. So we do have some things in the works, but, we're keeping it kind of low key right now so we can really be grandiose about the release, but we'll see. We'll see.
Right.
One thing is certain, we will be having a debate, and we're going to do this every week. Nothing is going to stop us from debating, because like we said, it's super important right now for conservatives to start taking their constitutional rights very seriously. We can't play defense anymore. We have to play offense, and we have to do it in a peaceful, constructive manner. And that is how we're gonna save the future of our city and country.
Well, Frank and Ian, we appreciate you. And just one more time, I know I said this earlier at some point, but tomorrow, that deadline for registered voters here in Pennsylvania, I happen to just check mine. I think I was talking to Linda last week, Linda Kearns, and so I looked, and it said that I was registered to get a mail-in, which I'm not. I don't even know how that happens, but so many people keep saying that. So watch these deadlines, because I believe the deadline is tomorrow by 5 p.m.
Yeah.
Just make sure that you get the mail-in and that sort of thing.
Yeah.
Yes.
Right?
And everybody has to come out to vote November 4th. We have a DA's race here in Philadelphia, Larry Krasner and Pat Dugan. Public safety is on the ballot. We cannot allow Larry Krasner to secure another reign of terror.
And you could say Larry Krasner, right now, there's $3,200 on the table for a charity of his choice to come out and debate us in Logan Square, and he's not doing it. He's not doing it because he's running a basement campaign. He is banking on you not coming out to vote. That is his whole strategy. If we get out to vote on November 4th, we win and we restore public safety in the city. So we got to get out to vote.
Amen. Ian McGinnis, Frank Scales, Surge Philly. And up next, by the way, we do have an update with Pat Dugan, obviously longtime Democrat and longtime judge here in Philadelphia. But he has come out and talked about the Ellen Greenberg case as well, and made promises, as far as that goes. So we have updates there. And, I don't know if did you guys happen to see the news conference with Kash Patel over the weekend?
Yeah.
Okay.
We covered the bust in Kensington as well. That was, amazing to see the feds actually getting involved, local and federal agencies working together to make things happen. And I think we're going to start to see some real change in Kensington.
It's exactly what we need. We need more federal involvement, and we need federal agencies to work with local agencies to start cleaning up the mess in Kensington. There's no reason to have an open-air drug market. It's just wrong. It doesn't make sense, and we can clean it up overnight if our politicians got on board. So great work by the federal government. Hopefully we can get a DA in office who will also do that work too.
Well, that's one thing that I played at the top of the 10 was, and Nick and Greg had agreed with me, that at one point our Commissioner Kevin Bethel had said something to the effect of, with these arrests, and this is just the beginning, and he said something to the effect, I don't know if you have it, Justin, if you have that handy, where Commissioner Kevin Bethel made the comment about this, why this is important to the quality of life, and the people of Kensington and the people of Philadelphia deserve quality of life. But then he talked about being unapologetic. Justin, let's play this and get Frank and Ian's, take on the other side.
What Weymouth has done to the community they serve, and the poison that they put out on the street on a regular basis. So, Captain, I think I know you have a lot of pride today, know that you're supported in this work, and just continue the good work that you do as you move forward. This group pumped fentanyl into our community, already hurting. They use violence, as was indicated, shootings, robberies, home invasions, homicides to protect their business. And unfortunately, that ends today. I won't recap their jurisdictions and the arrests that were made, but we know that they will all be brought into federal court. I'll remind you again, these are federal offenses. They're going into federal court to be handled by someone I know who's going to take the appropriate action to address this behavior. This is what it looks like when the threat around drug trafficking associated with violence is not isolated in the street, but as an organized threat to the public safety. And we will apply the full weight of the government in that response. And I want to be clear on a point that has been made since the mayor took office. The people of Kensington, slow it down here, the people of Kensington deserve safety, dignity, and peace, as any other neighborhood does. And we've constantly talked about, Mr. Rosario and the team have done a great job of dealing with, the individuals, unfortunately are sheltered, and those individuals who are now having fentanyl mixed with, xylazine and now medetomidine and other products that are just destroying them. And it wasn't just about them, it was going after the drug dealers in these communities who are putting this poison out on the street. So we're going to treat these blocks are like open air territories. We're going to stop that, and this is what part of that. The poison they put out, is just terrorizing our community and killing our community. And so I'm grateful for the work that has been done. But we're not going to apologize for removing them. Let's make sure we're clear. We're not going to be apologizing for removing individuals who do this type of behavior. Until those people belong, until we get this street back to where the folks deserve, we're going to continue to attack them. So I just want to thank.
So that is Commissioner Kevin Bethel announcing this as part of Kash Patel spoke, before him with the FBI, Philadelphia's top law enforcement, working with federal prosecutors, etc., making this big announcement Friday afternoon, the takedown of the so-called Weymouth Street drug trafficking organization that they say ran like a business. They even had scheduling managers peddling the poison for about a decade here.
Yeah.
So asking Frank Scales, Ian McGinnis, founders of Surge Philly, when he says twice, we're not going to apologize, was he, who do you feel he was directing that toward?
I think personally, he might have been directing it towards Larry Krasner.
That's what I thought.
Because, this, like you said, Dawn, this organization has been operating for a very long time. Probably long enough for a local official to bring charges. But why that hasn't been done, I can't tell you. I can only tell you that Commissioner Bethel, Kash Patel, and Dave Metcalf, the U.S. Attorney, did phenomenal work. A historic indictment, 33 people indicted, 33 gangbangers taken off the street, and a drug corporation shut down. The whole block was an open-air drug market. The houses acting as headquarters. and drug dealers would actually pay, the ringleader, Jimmy or Flacco, I believe his name was, rent on the block.
Alleged.
And they would the alleged drug dealers would be paying rent on the block to deal these drugs in these homes. And, it ran like a business and it was shut down. And, the U.S. attorney, I don't think he, put out the charges that were the specific charges.
Mm-hmm.
But I think we're going to see a lot of alleged gangbangers taken off the street once and for all.
And you can go back to another thing he said, and he said, the people of Kensington deserve to live in a safe neighborhood. Essentially, that's what he said. And we have people like Larry Krasser and, radical leftists in our government and advocates. These people who are advocating for the drug dealers, for the criminals, they don't live in these neighborhoods. Law and order will help the people in Kensington.
Yeah.
Arresting people who are committing crime, that's going to help the hardworking people of Kensington. That's going to promote businesses. That's going to allow businesses to go in there and open up. That's going to provide jobs for young people. So when the federal government comes in and does something like this, they're helping the little guy. They're helping the person who's trying to do the right thing. And these people who put criminals first, in the name of social justice, they're the ones hurting the communities. And I think that's so important, and I'm glad that he said it.
Well, Frank Scales, Ian McGinnis, you're doing great things, and we're so proud of you. Founders of Surge Philly, make sure you follow them, support them, and what we're talking about, because this continues the arrests of these two, I have to say, alleged group leaders, Jose Antonio Morales Nieves, as well as Ramon Montañez. They were the two biggity bigs, if you will, named in this whole thing. 33 guys arrested so far, and these arrests happening across Philadelphia, the state of Delaware, New Jersey, as well as Puerto Rico, and the vast majority of this happening right here in the Kensington section of Philadelphia. Frank and Ian, until next Monday, Godspeed. We'll be covering you certainly this weekend coming up and leading into the big election that's coming up. Thanks, Frank and Ian.
Thank you, Dawn.
Thank you, Dawn.
Godspeed. Dawn Show continues. Thanks for your YouTube comments. I'm watching you and your thoughts, 855-839-1210. There's still a lot more to go today, a lot developing and breaking. Be right back.
House stealing. It's a nightmare that's real. It's the FBI's term for thieves stealing your home's title and draining your equity. Just one fake document filed with a recorder, and scammers can own your home on paper, drain your equity, and do it all without you even knowing. Imagine waking up to a foreclosure or eviction notice. Listen to former title thief Matt Cox.
What people don't realize is the ease in which this crime can happen. I can take the deed to your house and I can transfer that deed into my name. It's a great crime, and it's happening all the time.
So how can you stop the nightmare and protect yourself? Find out if you're already a victim now at HomeTitleLock.com. Use promo code RADIO and get a 30-day free trial of their $1 million triple lock protection, a title scan, and access to a title specialist, a $250 value. Don't wait. Go to HomeTitleLock.com now, promo code RADIO.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. For years, I've talked about the health benefits of Rescue Omega-3s as part of my daily routine. They support a healthy heart, cholesterol levels, reduce inflammation, and provide joint comfort. Taking them is one of the easiest things I can do for my health. Now it's your turn. Give your body the support it needs to stay healthy, strong, and active with one of Rescue's Omega-3 supplements. Right now, use that code OMEGA50 for an exclusive buy one, get one free offer on any Rescue Omega-3 supplement, including their most popular Rescue 1250. Call 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483, or use the code OMEGA50 online at res-q.com. Remember the code OMEGA50. That's OMEGA50 to buy one and get another Rescue Omega-3 absolutely free at res-q.com.
Who would have thought that finding a Medicare partner you can trust could feel this good? Partnering with HealthSpring means you get Medicare Advantage plans with the benefits you need. Get up to $1,620 back in your Social Security check each year. Want dental, vision, and hearing services? Of course. HealthSpring Medicare Advantage plans mean financial peace of mind and freedom to enjoy life your way. Connect with a local licensed insurance agent for HealthSpring. It'll put a spring in your step. Visit healthspringmedicare.com/radio. That's healthspringmedicare.com/radio. Benefit options vary by plan and service area. You must reside in the plan service area. HealthSpring will reduce your monthly Part B premium based on the plan's specific benefit amount. HealthSpring products and services are provided exclusively by or through operating subsidiaries of Healthcare Service Corporation, a mutual legal reserve company.
Newsmax, you like Newsmax. I like it too. Newsmax has been terrific.
President Trump is right. Millions like you are tuning into Newsmax. You're watching Newsmax on cable. You're going to our streaming channel, Newsmax 2, and you're downloading our free Newsmax app on your smartphones and TVs. Reuters Institute says we're now one of the top news brands in the nation. Every night, watch great shows with Rob Schmidt, Carl Higbie, Rob Finnerty, and more as they expose the big media lies, the Washington swamp, and they're never afraid to talk about faith, freedom, and the values that made us great. Find out why Newsmax is the fastest-growing news channel in America. Make the switch today and join our news revolution. Get Newsmax on cable, on streaming, and download the free app today. It takes just seconds to start. Let President Trump know you stand with Newsmax. It's for real news, for real people. Make the switch today.
Let's go! You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Hey, I'm Mike Slater. My dad passed away at the age of 63. It's out of nowhere. Had a stroke. Super hard, obviously, for the whole family, but my dad had life insurance. This is why I have life insurance for my family, for my wife and 4 kids. And the best place to get life insurance is ethos.com because you can do it in 10 minutes. And there's no medical exam and no blood test, just a few health questions. Get life insurance in 10 minutes so your family is protected. Ethos, E-T-H-O-S, ethos.com/Mike.
Weather sponsored by First Harvest Credit Union.
It is a pleasant start to the work week weather-wise with plenty of sunshine and a high temperature close to average at 62. Another cold night tonight, mostly clear, low 42 for the city, 30s out in the suburbs. And for Tuesday, becoming partly sunny, a bit cooler with a high 58.
Celebrate First Harvest Credit Union's new Voorhees branch. New members can open a 13-month share certificate and earn 8.5 annual percentage yield. Limited time Voorhees in-branch only offer. Visit firstharvestcu.com/grand opening. Federally insured by NCUA. Membership restrictions apply.
This is Jonathan Cans, third-generation owner of Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning. My grandfather Marvin, a World War II vet, started our family business almost 75 years ago. He knew every customer personally. Today, the HVAC business has changed. Most guys like me have sold out to larger private equity firms, making most of my competitors a bunch of overpriced corporate rodeo clowns. If you want an HVAC company that's big enough to get you fast, but small enough to care and know who you are, then contact us at Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning. Go to marvinekanze.com.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
Yeah, there's so much breaking today. And it's true that I didn't even get to all the ballroom derangement syndrome that's happening because everybody's losing their minds that Trump is having a demolition crew at the White House. It's not at the I know you know this, but it's not at the White House, okay? And it's not at the West Wing. It's the East Wing. And so whether or not, I don't know, if you want to sound off on that one, 855-839-1210. I haven't talked as much about it because there's so much else going on. But this has gone viral with people, first of all, the confusion over where that demolition is happening. And there's no question in my mind that the fact we have a government shutdown, that they, and I don't know if they, I don't know this. I don't know if President Trump, in other words, if his team thought, no, we have a government shutdown, maybe this is a good time to do the demolition that we need to do for the ballroom. Usually those things, if, in a major construction project, they have to set that up months in advance. So I don't think, but I don't have it confirmed, but I don't believe that was, oh, good, nobody's looking now, because obviously they're transparent. Obviously the media is still working and the cameras are there. And in fact, President Trump, what was it just last week? He said, it's music to my ears because we're going to build this big, beautiful ballroom. You, the people, the taxpayers, you're not being billed. These are private funds. And yet, even over the weekend, I saw MSNBC and some others, CNN, as a matter of fact, and they were saying, oh, the White House is for sale and this is a sin and so on and so forth. So I'll get your take. 855-839-1210 is the number to call on that one. We do have President Trump, and this was awesome. Did you guys see this moment when President Trump noticed, because he's doing his Asia tour, and over the weekend, President Trump arrived in Malaysia and he's doing this dance. I don't know if we have this, and if I didn't send it to you, I'm a big dope, but this was epic. And this is the kind of thing that I just will say this, the left loses their mind because we're all, it's like YMCA or whatever. I have no problem with this. I think it's awesome. President Trump out doing a victory dance with people, just saying Trump is here. The people of Malaysia, like the greeting tour, they're so excited that Trump is there. I'm going to send it to you right now if you can grab it. If not, I understand, Justin. I'm sorry I didn't send it to you over the weekend. But it's a hoot. And I think for those of us, like, our friend Amy, the Trumpaholics of the group, I did send it to you. We get a kick out of it and we laugh about it. But here's Trump traveling around the world and just impromptu moment. It's hysterical. It's fun. And he's just, what's he doing in Malaysia? What is this Asia tour? What is this all about? I think that's the question that I have to answer for you, because it's not just all fun and doing little silly dance moves. There is such a strategy behind this that is critical. But let's just have a moment of fun, shall we? Let's take a look. I know that Justin's got it. Do you have it? Oh, he's saying 1 minute. He's giving me the 1 minute tour. So and Justin, just play it when you have it. But where I want to go with this is that a piece of this is that in play here, as we see with President Trump making this Asia tour, he went to all of these different players to get these rare minerals that are critical. Okay, I'll talk about it on the other side. Go ahead. Here he is, red carpet. Trump arrives. See this huge crowd. If you're watching us on YouTube. And he just starts, they were there to, this is their greeting. What does he do? He takes a moment. He's doing the dance. I mean, I wish I had this actually for Frank and Ian. Maybe the idea is we get them a big screen, and when that drummer shows up to disrupt, we play this with Trump dancing, get the crowd to do, and we all get our steps and our exercise in. Maybe we could do some exercises. I don't know, have a little fun with it. But as far as this goes, it just shows you the nature of President Trump. I mean, he's a force. We saw this with all those awesome Trump Force 47 meetings that it was my honor to attend and speak at across Delaware County, where were we? Bucks County, Delco, Montgo, and Bluebell, Chester County. Remember that? It was so much fun. And we met people like the former governor, Doug Burgum, who's now obviously has a very important position in Trump's cabinet, but all these different players. It really is a force that is to be reckoned with. And I think that's what Ian and Frank are tapping into, Trump Force 47. And so on one hand, I'm critical. I am critical of our GOP locally and in Pennsylvania. But on the other hand, Trump Force 47, I'll give all of those individuals a lot of credit because they were organized and they tapped into something. And it wasn't anger. It wasn't hatred. It was this passion and this love of our country and faith, too. I mean, if you listen to Frank and you listen to Ian, what they're talking about, and it's so refreshing, isn't it? Earlier this morning, we were talking about the different generations, the so-called lazy generation, et cetera. But you listen to Frank and Ian as, guys in their early to early-ish 21, 23 age group, just getting out of college or community college or maybe a tech school. And you think about what they want to do, it's really a positive tapping into Trump Force 47, if you will, and thinking about the future and thinking about faith. But it's all positive. And that's the biggest difference that I see with I was out for a walk with my son Michael this weekend. It was such a beautiful weekend. And some of my neighbors, I mean, not next door neighbors, but down the street. And they have these No Kings signs with American flags. Then one neighbor had this sign, something about, I love my country. And that's like, oh, that's nice. And it's like little flags out. And then they said, I love my country and I love my dog, but my dog is smarter than Trump. Sort of like these non sequiturs. I was like, what? I mean, I love I'm an animal lover, but why do you have to go there? So they're united. What they stand for is that they're united in their hatred of Trump. That's the common denominator. Not, hey, I'm for, even I said to Michael, well, what could they say in their sign? Maybe they would say like, hey, I like Governor Josh Shapiro. You don't see that. You don't see what they're for. What they're for is that they all hate Trump, or they want to talk about their dog is smarter than Trump, or something like that, or Trump is not a king. It's all this negative, much like hate has no home here. Remember that one? And in the beginning, I was just being genuine, saying, why don't they just say love is home here? Why do you have to say hate has no home here? Because the truth is, when they have to say the double negative, which you're never supposed to speak in double negatives, it's because they're giving up the truth that hate is home here. That's the sign. It's always ironically named, like Affordable Care Act. Whenever they name something like that, like inflation, remember Biden's inflation, it's always the irony that it's the opposite. So when they say hate has no home here, hate is home, right? Affordable Care Act means you will never afford it. That's what Dr. Mass was talking about earlier, right? And so we could just go right down the line and talk about this. But at the end of the day, Frank and Ian, as young guys, have figured it out that unfortunately, we do have to worry about this because it's a movement that is undermining everything that our Constitution and our great republic is built upon, our standards. And even afterwards, they were asking, we had to go because we had to come back on air, but they were asking Justin and I, well, what can we do as far as press passes or to get in or a license? No. I mean, look, I went to a top journalism school. I wanted to be a journalist. But what you learn is that your ticket into any public meeting, and that includes you, Mr. Larry Krasner, elected official, your ticket as a journalist, whether you are a citizen journalist, whether you are employed by a corporate-run media organization, etc., but you have a ticket, and that is that you are an American citizen, and that we have this little thing called the Constitution. We have this little thing called the First Amendment. And it was by design that the founders did not want to make a journalism career have to be required to have a license because then government would control it. You see what I'm saying? So we'll figure out. We'll get them into the news conferences, but we do have to get to the Dom Giordano show. Dom is up next. We'll try to get Zioli on one of these days. I think maybe tomorrow he'll be in, but I see Dom just coming in and maybe Dom just had his big hit on Newsmax. I don't know if they provide a limousine. We got to ask that to Dom Giordano. All right, the Dom Show is up next. Have a beautiful Monday. We'll see you here tomorrow.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. Ever wonder why Big Wireless wants you on an unlimited plan? They probably want you to cover the cost of those 20-somethings using all that data every month. But most people 50 and up like me only use 12 gigs or less. Don't get bamboozled by Big Wireless. Switch to Consumer Cellular. Our plans start at just $20, and we use the same towers as the big guys. Join the millions who choose something better, because if you're not using all that data, you're probably getting used.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/facts or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Nobody had to tell your grandparents not to drive while using their typewriters. Why should it be any different for us kids and our cell phones? Distracted driving was the cause of more than 3,000 deaths in 2022. Come on, we're smarter than this. Let's put down the phones and focus on the roads. Drive safe, everybody.
Don't drive distracted. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell, definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. Do you feel stupid for buying a timeshare? Don't. It's not your fault. You were most likely told you could rent it, and it was a great financial investment. And the deal was available today only. If this happened to you, contact your resort or Wesley Financial Group for help today.
Call Wesley now for your free exit information kit. 800-242-3131. 800-242-3131.
If you're still waiting for a sign, here's another one. At California Psychics, we reject 98% of the psychics who apply to work for us. So we only connect you with the best. That's how we can guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. And right now, new customers receive 20 minutes for just $20. If that's not a sign, I don't know what is. Dramatic sound effect incoming. Experience the joy of certainty at CaliforniaPsychics.com.
If you have Medicaid and are new to Medicare, you may qualify to enroll in a Humana Medicare Advantage dual-eligible special needs plan with a lot more benefits like dental, vision, and hearing, along with helpful support when you need it most. Now is the time to see if you qualify to enroll. It only takes a few minutes to find out if you're eligible. Our licensed sales agents are ready to help you understand your options. So this Medicare planning season, we can help you plan well. Learn more at humanaduals.com. Humana, a more human way to healthcare. Humana is a dual-eligible special needs HMO SNP plan with a Medicare contract and a contract with the state Medicaid program. Enrollment in any Humana plan depends on contract renewal.
Listen this Saturday as Penn State battles Ohio State. Coverage starts at 11:30 a.m. on the home of Penn State football. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
Yes, finally, after Friday seems like 100 years ago, given the big raid in Kensington. And I don't think we've talked enough about that and how the Philadelphia Inquirer pivots. Imagine a block, Weymouth Street. I don't know if I've ever been on Kensington because I drive pretty fast getting through there. Run by a huge drug gang, some of whom probably here illegally. By run by, I mean they run it like a business, like you're punching in, you're on the clock, all those things. And the city of Philadelphia and the police commissioner praising Kash Patel, not Krasner. Did he take a shot at Krasner? Meanwhile, I've been in back and forth on Twitter, well, offline, but with Dog the Bounty Hunter, Henry. You're wondering what the heck was, Henry on Sunday sees me saying, yeah, come on. Get Dog the Bounty Hunter on. I'm working with him here. Dog the Bounty Hunter has a team apparently investigating the Greenberg case. And he says if Judge Dugan's elected, Dugan has promised all-out effort on this, and then Dog the Bounty Hunter starts to open up on Krasner. I mean, can we have a bigger circus? Krasner versus Dog the Bounty Hunter. All right, so I don't know what's going to happen there. We're working on getting him on. But he suddenly popped up here at the 11th hour. All right, the Honesty Award, though, and this is really important, and we have both of them on today, goes to Matt Rooney and Scott Presler. First, Rooney, over the weekend, trying to rouse Republicans. I know the headline story, I think Matt's going to say he's here at 12:45, is that things look so good. You've seen those crowds. You've seen the surge, it looks like, of people showing up to vote, the early voting now, the next number of days. The issue is the numbers are not where we thought the numbers would be based upon previous. Better or right around 2021, but not as good as 2024. And I realize it's not Trump on the ballot. There's the first thing again. This is so maddening, and I have to be honest with you. What do we do with these Trump voters who just get all gaga, and Trump's on the ballot, and then if Trump's not on the ballot, they don't get it. They don't get what's happening in Jersey to them if they don't vote, and they don't seem to get the narrative, how important that is going into the midterms. The media would like nothing better than to have Cheryl and Spanberger both win. If one of them loses, and it probably would be Jersey, that is a big narrative builder for us. So Matt has been tweeting out about that. Come on, get on the move. Not happening in the way they want it. And Scott Presler seconding that. So we can put on the pom-poms, go rah-rah, all true. But it's better to deal with reality and tell people to be out there voting. So you can call in if you were in Jersey. It had to be unbelievable over the weekend. It looked great in so many places as far as the number of people revved up to be out there. And Jack's hit 8 or 9 stops. Just unbelievable, the stuff going on with that. I voted my first mail-in ballot on Saturday. It was a traumatic experience, but what am I going to do? We will be coming back on Election Day, and I was doing the calculations. We're supposed to land at 4:30. That would give me plenty of time to get to my polling spot. Yeah, but given, airlines right now, et cetera, I'd be out there hitchhiking. But, Ro, come on, pull that suitcase up a little bit. We got to get to the polls. Henry, have you ever hitchhiked? I had a hitchhike at one extensive period not that many years ago.
Really? No,
Oh,
I've
yes.
never even thought about doing it.
Well, why wouldn't you think? Sean, how about you? Have you ever hitchhiked? Yeah, this guy looks like, come on, Sean. No?
No, I've not.
Oh, my God. What the heck? That's on the producer's test. Must have hitchhiked.
Oh, that's creepy.
Wait.
Isn't it illegal?
What the Might be, Sean. You're right. All right. I had to, Henry. I didn't have a car. It broke down. There wasn't an easy bus thing and all that. Yeah.
Was it like a snowstorm? It was a one-way road?
No,
like...
I just did it. I was teaching and to get to work, I hitchhiked.
Oh,
Several
that's fair.
times. Yeah, there you go. Yeah. Oh, my God. I'm surprised at that response. Okay. So first mail-in ballot. The other thing, we leave tomorrow around 6:30 or so, I think it is. Hit us with, we had a guy, Joe of South Philly, that called the other day. His advice in Calabria, the Godfather Tour, and Sicily. If you have any advice in Italy, if you're a veteran, Ro and I have been to Italy 2 trips now with conservative. This is the third. The first, we centered on Rome. The second, we centered on Venice and then Lake Como and stuff like that. This one is Naples, Calabria, and Sicily. And it was just 83 there yesterday. So it's hard to believe. We're in October and it's 83. It's kind of tropical. So hopefully it'll be 75 or so. All right. The other thing over the weekend, Madani. Mandani is just a piece of work. I don't know which one to play you first. The father to say, yeah, let's set it up and that kind of thing, you know. The Mandani, well, first of all, when he ran to be president of his high school class, And I've never done that, but if you do that, you promise people stuff. We get that. This maniac, though, was promising kids at the Bronx science place, he would get them each day free juice, freshly squeezed by local providers. Can you imagine with high school kids? What the heck?
It's the updated version of Kool-Aid in the drinking fountains.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, just the staggering nature of this, and he was only in high school. So what might he do if he's elected mayor, which he's going to be? Well, listen to the father. Listen to the father's attack on America, and he's an immigrant to America. Then I'll play you the son talking about Islamophobia. Couldn't let it go to the end. He says it's acceptable still in New York to be an Islamophobe. And he talks about his auntie. You mean your aunt? His auntie not wearing the hijab on the subway. Poor babies. After 9/11. Our buddy Scott Jennings had some retort to that. Here is first Daddy Mondami telling us about how bad the U.S. is.
America is the genesis of what we call settler colonialism. And the American model was exported all around the world. Abraham Lincoln generalized the solution of reservations. They herded American Indians into separate territories. For the Nazis, this was the inspiration. Hitler realized two things. One, that genocide was doable. It is possible to do genocide. That's what Hitler realized. Second thing Hitler realized is that you don't have to have a common citizenship. You can differentiate between people. The Nuremberg laws were patterned after American laws. Anyway, the U.S. put Indians in reservations. The U.S. invented the model.
So now Trump's not only Hitler, but the entire U.S., we invented the model for Hitler. Hitler was just minding his own business. He wouldn't have thought any of this stuff. And he goes, oh, man, look at Abraham Lincoln. Now that's a model to have a Holocaust. That's the father. Here is Mondami himself. This is cut 11, talking about in the middle of all this, how he was going to stand against the evils of Islamophobia. This is just the last couple of days. The one acceptable hate that you can still have. And he talks about how with 3,000 Americans plus dead on 9/11, his concern was his auntie couldn't wear her hijab, even though now it's coming out she was never in New York and she wasn't riding the subways then. She was in Tanzania. Wow. Here's Mondami.
I want to use this moment to speak to the Muslims of New York City. I want to speak to the memory of my aunt. Who stopped taking the subway after September 11th because she did not feel safe in her hijab.
All right, so only a little bit there, but there you have it, okay? So Scott Jennings making a point. I'll play it a little bit later. Yeah, your aunt, if this is true. 3,000 dead Americans. You know what this gets to again? It gets us to this tired thing around the issue of attacks on Muslims after 9/11, which by and large did not happen. Which by and large, by any metric, how many times have we been over this, given the provocation, that wasn't how America reacted. And in fact, in Patterson, near New York, not too far, is where people were celebrating. We've gone through this how many times? 9/11. All right, phone lines are 855-839-1210. One thing we'll get into throughout the show, and we hope to get them on. I just believe, and thank you on Twitter, a lot of people recognized Henry getting on the Charleroi people again. Remember that small town and illegal immigration, et cetera, and closing the loop on it. Well, Dave Sunday put out late on Friday Remember when we had several counties, Lancaster seems to be the major one, right? Where there were fraudulent registrations and they got caught. Well, Dave Sunday is prosecuting a bunch of people now. I believe it's 7, and one main principal of a group that is a left-wing group that harvests ballots. This, the Voter Registration Project, for jacking up phony registrations. Remember that? Remember we had people, and we had to face them down, saying, oh, your boy, Scott Presler, it's probably him, and we didn't know who it was. Well, we know who it is. Now you're saying, well, that was 1,000,000 years ago. Look, these things take a while. But you know what? It's sweeter when they take a while, and Dave Sunday, the Attorney General of Pennsylvania, is on it. That's what I wanted you to know. They've been caught on this, and the penalties could be very severe, particularly with one guy. It was in Lancaster, then we had spasms all over. By the way, in the current New Jersey race, the National Republicans are suing Burlington County because they won't comply with just basic information to make sure that everybody recognizes this is transparent as far as the election cycle that we're in. So Republicans are on this. There is no excuse not to vote. And again, who is it that is not coming out to put up a big score? You know, we wanted something. Let me see if I can come up with this metaphor. I think when Matt Rooney and Presler are saying we wanted a 65-yard run by Saquon on the first play, just blowing by Giants who looked bewildered. A game start here? What the heck's happening? I don't think anybody even saw him, let alone put a finger on him.
Literally.
Yeah, literally. We wanted that, and what we got is an off-tackle play for 7 yards, something like that, you know. That's what we wanted the first day. It was good, but it's not up to the level of where we thought the excitement was. So Matt will be here. He'll lay it out and tell us how it's going today at 12:45. Jeff Van Drew made news over the weekend. By the way, the biggest federal workers union just this morning has called for an end to the shutdown. The biggest federal workers union, end to the shutdown. Now, what does that mean? It means Democrats are under pressure here. Now, they're playing with the SNAP thing with food benefits being curtailed for now. But on the other side, when the biggest federal workers union says, no, it's time to stop this, that's a lot of pressure in their base. All right, side question. It's amazing over the weekend, the East Wing of the White House being put into a new ballroom. We have Eric Swalwell, and I'm not making this up, saying if you run in 2028 as a Democrat to have any sniff in the nomination, you must pledge that your first act, in the first 30 seconds or so, you will knock down that ballroom. Can you see the bulldozers lined up? All right, he's president. Bang. You know, he comes driving up. Does he want the president to be there like one of those home remodeling shows, taking, give everybody, hey, Swalwell, that's what you can do. Give all your donors. They each get 10 grand to swing a sledgehammer at it. No, 50 grand to drive a backhoe into it. What could go wrong? All right. Yeah. So that's Swalwell. We are looking for an all-time real or fictional room, like the ballroom. All right, I'll take off. Not that it's the most famous, but it really is iconic in a lot of ways. The Seinfeld apartment.
Oh.
Yeah.
You stole mine.
I can't believe it. Yeah, I mean, that is the most random thing imaginable. I didn't see anything here. I just thought about it this morning. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it was like the first one that came to my mind.
Okay.
I'm like, I was watching it like over the weekend at some point. I was like, oh my gosh, this is perfect. It's literally just a room.
I looked up a list, and it was Friends, and I don't like Friends, so I thought immediately Seinfeld. Yeah. You need time to come up with another?
You know what? No, I had some back ones in the back here. So, what do you get, Dom, when you have a person who's never directed a film, never starred in a film, a bunch of actors that have never starred in a film, and a $6 million budget? you get a complete disaster.
Okay.
I mean,
Oh,
and that is what happened with the 2003 independent movie The Room. Starring Tommy Wiseau, an unmitigated disaster. It's become a cult classic in the years coming because of just how poorly directed, edited, acted. I mean, the casting. I mean, they have a little boy being played by a 30-year-old man. It's one of the worst movies you'll ever watch in your entire life, and it all takes place pretty much in one room. Hence the name. The other one I'll take off the board is how about Vincent Van Gogh's painting, The Bedroom?
Very good. I like that first one. That is really capturing it. Sean, you were late to this one, but do you have one? A room?
So he's got this music bed playing of White Room by Cream.
Right. Yes.
And then as a backup option, my other favorite room would have been Storeroom by Leonard Cohen, which is an outtake from his first album.
All right.
All right. Adding to the musical repertoire of the show. Thank you. Okay, good. All right, so it could be real, it could be fictional, any genre anyway, real ones too. Think of a room. It's all in the call, as usual. All right, phone lines are 855-839-1210. So we're going to talk with Matt Rooney today. Of course, our buddy Scott Presler, usual. And we've gotten the two students they're trying to kick them out of Rutgers University because they've exposed this guy, Dr. Antifa, who's written books. More than that, calling for funding of Antifa. I thought it didn't exist, but that's where we are. And we also have Jeff Andrew stopping by at 2:30 today. He's involved in a lot of stuff, not just the shutdown. Nervous about medical benefits and Trump voters. And we'll ask him about Jersey voting. All right, phone lines are 855-839-1210.
This information should not be taken as legal or medical advice. We are an advocacy organization sponsored by law firms. For information about all your legal rights and medical matters, consult with a mesothelioma attorney and healthcare provider. Prior results do not predict a similar outcome.
If you or someone you love worked around asbestos in construction, factories, or the military, you need to hear this. No amount of asbestos exposure is considered safe, and family history or overall health can raise the risk of mesothelioma. The Mesothelioma Center at asbestos.com brings together oncology navigators and veteran specialists to help find the right doctors, sort out insurance, and connect you with clinical trials, home health, and emotional support, all at no cost to you. We can also help you secure financial assistance to help pay medical expenses. A diagnosis can feel overwhelming, but mesothelioma is not the same prognosis as it was years ago. There is help and hope. Visit asbestos.com or call 800-681-1941. That's 800-681-1941. 800-681-1941.
When you go on vacation, does it make sense to have someone else pack for you? Of course not. The same can be said for your retirement. Your 401k could be packed with things you don't know about or even need. If you're close to retirement but don't have a plan customized to your goals, that's kind of like taking a 30-year vacation with no idea what's in your suitcase. Seems like a stressful way to start what should be a relaxing time. Jim Cipriotti and the Retire Ready Financial Group can help you unpack your savings and build a plan to help reduce future taxes, along with a clearly defined income strategy. Call Jim at 610-894-7415 for your complimentary retirement game plan, or visit retirereadyfg.com. That's 610-894-7415.
Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/radio to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
To get this special radio offer, go to leaffilter.com/radio for your free gutter inspection today and get up to 30% off. That's leaffilter.com/radio for up to 30% off. leaffilter.com/radio. See representative for warranty details.
Prescription products require completion of an online medication consultation with an independent healthcare provider through the LifeMD platform and are only available if prescribed. Subscription required. Individual results may vary. Additional restrictions apply at lifemd.com. Read all warnings before using GLP-1s. Side effects may include a risk of thyroid C-cell tumors. Do not use GLP-1s if you or your family have a history of thyroid cancer.
Confused on where to start with weight loss medication? 95% of LifeMD patients said starting their weight loss journey was simple. Go to trylifemd.com now and see the best options with or without insurance for Wegovy, Zepbound, and more. Brian was approved for insurance coverage and lost 100 pounds.
I love the fact that insurance covered almost everything because pharmaceutical prices are going through the roof. The first time I realized that LifeMD was working for me was when the hunger started going away. I never thought losing weight would be this easy. It's given me more energy. I would recommend LifeMD to anybody.
Nearly 96% of patients said they would recommend the LifeMD program to anyone who wants to lose weight. Get started right now at trylifemd.com. That's TRYLIFEMD.com.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
All right, time. Welcome in, 855-839-1210. Side question today, all-time room, the ballroom. The White House, the Washington Post, had over 12,000 replies to an article about the East Wing and what's going on with President Trump and the remodeling. Swalwell saying, oh, yeah, you run in 2028. You have to say you're going to dismantle the ballroom. You're going to knock down the ballroom. Otherwise, you can't be the nominee. The derangement has now moved to the ballroom, amazingly. And again, the silliness of thinking this is the thing that is going to rouse the American people come the midterms more than anything else. How many times have they said that? How many times have they been off? All right, 855-839-1210. You get on board. Let's go to Scott in Mount Laurel on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Scott, welcome in.
Hey, thanks, Tom. It's funny. When I hear them come up with issues like that, that's when I always say to them, you really have nothing of any substance to use against us because this is what you got to go with. And it was hilarious when you said that they were going to use a backhoe. We know that Swalwell knows all about that. He knows all about backhoes.
Yeah.
But but on a serious note, normally here in New Jersey, we get our sample ballot in the mail, which tells us our polling place, and not that some of us don't know it anyway, but all that stuff. Well, I have not gotten any ballots yet, not from me or my wife. So I don't know if there's anything nefarious going on. They didn't mail ballots, or they're not mailing them to certain districts, or I don't know. Well, but I'd want to put it out there before Matt Rooney's on.
Yeah, well, if that's the case, Scott, call. I mean, that should be there by now, I would think, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I'll figure out where to go, but I'm sure there's a lot of people that are out there that, they don't get the ballot, especially in an off election year, not a presidential year. You'll have a lower turnout for sure.
Well,
so just something I don't know if they'll look into that.
The point is, I when I asked Matt Rooney, I'm glad he said it and Scott said it. They're not papering it over. There was a lot of excitement, but the raw numbers, we need more, is the bottom line here if we're going to beat her. Not that it's desperate, but to be on track is the way I understand it, a bit more. We're dealing with half a percentage point, but that's what this is going to come down to.
Oh, I totally agree with that. I'm just wondering, I'm sure there's an enthusiasm gap because it's not a presidential year, but if people aren't getting their ballots, I'm sure that would affect the turnout also.
Sure. What's your side, Scott?
My side is something very popular today, the NFL draft room. Where everybody gets in there and talks back and forth. They make the trades. It's major now. I mean, it's the biggest thing going.
It is. We don't see, and particularly when they let the cameras in there, we don't see the NBA quite have something like that, or Major League Baseball. It's like, who cares? In hockey, they're probably in a bar or something. So, that's a good one.
Yeah.
All right, the NFL, the draft room, without a doubt. That's a good one. Okay, 855-839-1210, you get a line. This is Cut 8, Henry, and I might stop it here at some point. Here's CBS 3 announcing what was a huge event in Philadelphia. Particularly, they did this outside the guidance of Larry Krasner. How in the world did it take the FBI coming in to shut down an entire block run by a drug crew who puts out their own videos, their own, dancing, entertainment videos around the drug trade? and ran it like they had, I don't know, people that were employees, like this was their corporate headquarters on Weymouth Street over in Kensington. I believe it's 33 people. I wonder how many are here legally. We haven't seen that yet. But the Inquirer pivots to say, yeah, why are we hitting the drug boats? For the same reason, because that fentanyl ends up there. Why are we having the National Guard in various cities? For the same reason. Here's CBS 3 reporting.
And now this. Chilling images. According to the FBI, these masked gunmen are part of a dangerous drug ring that was dismantled today in the city. The agency is saying it confiscated dozens of guns and a substantial volume of fentanyl in an early morning takedown. CBS Philadelphia's Ryan Hughes is in Hunting Park following the investigation. Ryan?
Yuki, good afternoon. The FBI director in the U.S. Attorney's Office says the Weymouth Street Gang was a drug trafficking organization that ran like a business and peddled in poison for more than a decade. This afternoon, after a coordinated takedown, we are told that operation has been dismantled. Chopper 3 was over the scene earlier today as FBI agents moved in over the 3100 block of Weymouth Street. The U.S. Attorney's Office says 33 people have been indicted in this case. 30 are now in custody. Those arrests stretching from the city to Delaware, South Jersey, and Puerto Rico. Investigators are actively still looking for 3 people. Our cameras also captured agents going into homes and carrying out boxes of evidence. The FBI says they recovered dozens of firearms, including assault rifles, and they seized substantial volumes of fentanyl and narcotics. The U.S. Attorney's Office tells us the gang has been operating since 2016, selling fentanyl, cocaine, crack cocaine, and heroin. Investigators also say members enforced their territory through threats of assaults, shootings, and murder.
Not only are we removing guns and gang members and robbers and firearms, we are removing an entire coordinated section of gang violence permanently off the streets.
We are reclaiming these neighborhoods for the people who live and work here. We are taking back what the defendants are alleged to have stolen from the community, which is peace, prosperity, law, and order.
Yeah, so the head of the FBI here, you're right. Exactly right. Why does it take the feds? Why does it take the Trump? Now, they did work with the Philadelphia police and all that. Here is Chief Bethel, though, and is this a bit of a shot at Larry Krasner, cut 6?
To protect their business. And unfortunately, that ends today.
The sound is not working.
I won't recap.
All right, was working in my head. Okay.
Well,
let's start over.
We know that they were all.
Yeah. Well, here is Bethel. Here's Chief Bethel.
To protect their business. And unfortunately, that ends today. I won't recap their jurisdictions and the arrests that were made, but we know that they will all be brought into federal court. I remind you again, these are federal offenses. They're going into federal court to be handled by someone I know who's going to take the appropriate action to address this behavior. This is what it looks like when the threat around drug trafficking.
All right. How many different ways did you have to say it there, Chief? I wanted to tell you, did I just remind you? Yeah, you did. Federal court. Oh, did you know it's federal court? And I have ultimate faith in the persons that are going to be involved there are actually going to prosecute this.
I don't even think it was the way or what he said. It was just or the way he said it. It was how he looked around the room, looking at everybody, you all know what I'm talking about. You know what I'm doing.
Should have a big sign over here.
Yeah.
Krasner. Everybody knows it. I told you, Dwayne the Bounty Hunter is on this. I've had him on a couple times. It's wild. Does he really have a team investigating the Greenberg case? And somehow or another, that's pivoted back to Krasner. Judge Dugan says, yes, detectives tell him this was insufficiently done. He will hold a full investigation. Why doesn't Krasner do that now? He's no longer the attorney. I know he got out because he was the attorney for the Greenbergs on something. Why doesn't Krasner call for another look at that? It's not going to go away with old Joshie Shapiro and what he did here or didn't do. All right, I'm coming to more calls. Matt Rooney at 12:45. We'll talk with him about how did the first day and a half now or so go with early voting and his sense of where the campaign is. Also, headline from the Philadelphia Inquirer. 14 printed pages. These parents wish Mikey Sherrill would defend their transgendered kids. They understand why she doesn't. She's been quiet on this because of those mean Republicans in New Jersey. No, she's not been quiet, and she's not been, every day talking about it because it's a loser. Because America is not going to put up with this. And they go through the whole gauntlet of what I try to tell you all the time. I have not seen an issue like this. It takes reluctant voters and turns them into voters. Can't do that with too many things. All right, phone lines, 855-839-1210.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
To get this special radio offer, go to leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today and get up to 30% off. That's leaffilter.com/deal for up to 30% off. leaffilter.com/deal. See representative for warranty details. Searching for a new path to wellness? Dr. Molly Fantasia explains how medical hydration therapy can help you reclaim your energy. Listen to Health Watch, Sunday mornings at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
If you're one of the millions of Americans behind on your taxes, if you're afraid to open your mail because IRS collection letters could be coming, listen carefully. The IRS is cracking down, taking paychecks, freezing bank accounts, revoking passports. That's a fact. But here's what most people don't know. There are official tax relief programs designed to help struggling taxpayers. Programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief. Optima's award-winning team will fight to protect your paycheck, your passport, and your property. Their tax attorneys and licensed tax professionals will work tirelessly to get you the best deal possible with the IRS. Every day, penalties and interest keep piling up, so don't wait. Call Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Fall is in the air. The leaves are turning, the games are on, and love is in season. If you're thinking about getting engaged, now's the perfect time to visit Cozy Jewelers in Newtown Square. This family-owned jeweler has been helping couples for 35 years with stunning rings, expert guidance, and custom in-house designs. And when it comes to the perfect ring, don't forget the 5th C. Cut, color, clarity, carat, and cozy. Make this fall unforgettable with Cozy Jewelers.
I'm Jalen Hurst here for Window Nation. When I'm on the field, I'm always looking for a window of opportunity. If you're looking for a window of opportunity to replace windows in your home, now's the time.
Now until October 31st, buy 2 windows, get 2 free, plus 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for 2 years. Trust Window Nation. Get your free estimate now at 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com. Tell them you heard it on WPHT.
Don't pay more than you have to for new windows. Visit windownation.com.
Ready to redefine your home style? Bucks County Estate Traders offers a breathtaking collection of furniture to suit every taste. From timeless antiques to chic modern designs, discover thousands of meticulously cared for pieces, each one inspected for quality. Explore their ever-changing inventory, featuring styles from classic Victorian to sleek contemporary and charming coastal. And with their expert team often reupholstering finds, you're sure to discover unique treasures ready to make a statement in your home. Visit BucksCountyEstateTraders.com or their showroom in Hatfield today.
Broadcasting live from the Piazza Auto Group Studios. Experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
All right, Tom Giordano show. People that I follow on Twitter that are pretty accurate, and I know want Chettarelli to win, they have it up just in New Jersey. Democrats have expanded their lead with in-person early voting. Day 1, they were up 2.8. Day 2, plus 3.4. 68,000 so far to 68,665 for them, 63,178 for Republicans. Others, 31,000. Now, we don't know how the others vote. But we'll see if Matt can light a fire here. I mean, it's not bad, but it's not where you'd like to be seeing all the energy that we're seeing, the crowds, etc. I know people still like to vote on Election Day, but let me just say, look, I voted by mail. I didn't like it. I voted by mail in person. It's already been tabulated. And particularly, I told 10 people over the weekend, hey, you got to vote for Commonwealth Court. The judge we had on that was at a Lebanese restaurant the other day was really interesting, his judicial philosophy and also his food choices. So, Judge, the Common Police Court is important. Every race that you can vote in. But this is paramount. So if you know anybody in Jersey, tell them now's the time to vote. Because when people see this, they realize how doable this is. So Democrats are not wildly ahead. It's just that we thought with the enthusiasm we're seeing, and again, is this coming back to Trump voters saying, Trump's not on the ballot? It just sickens me. How many times do we have to go through? I'm low. You have 9 days, whatever it is, to vote. Or you can vote by mail if you don't want to show up on Election Day. You're driving by. It can't be that busy this time of day. Pop in and vote. And is first day of early voting becoming the new? Look, I don't like the fact that we don't have the tradition anymore. People showing up on Election Day. We all share that together. That's true. But this is the new game. It's like introducing your 3-point shot. To win it, you can't be feeling you're down 1 million votes heading into Election Day. It depresses the vote. That's what happens. All right, let's go to Tom in Gloucester on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Tom, welcome in.
Hey, Dom, this is Tom from Gloucester. Calling about the gentleman who called about the sample ballot.
Yes.
I'm not sure if he was from Gloucester County, but there was a lawsuit over our sample ballots, or actually over the ballot. This year, the Republicans were going for column A. And every year we have everything stripped down in columns A, B, and C.
Right.
So we were column A this year. And then somehow the Democrats figured out that they would change it up into blocks. So they put they put out all the people running for governor in a block and a block and a block.
Right.
So the Republicans sued over that and won. The mail-in ballots, it basically came out during the mail-in ballots. That's how we found out that it changed. So they sued on getting it back to the column. They said the mail-in ballots stayed the same because they're already out.
Mm-hmm.
We know how hinky stuff is with the mail-in ballots. So what they did was they said that they would reimburse us for the funds for column A, and they're going to keep it. And they said, no, we want column A.
Gotcha.
So they ended up keeping it column A. When you go to vote in person, it's by column. So the reason is, I guess they just didn't print them. They probably had the other ones printed ready to go, but no, we haven't gotten them in Gloucester County yet.
Well, he's in Camden, but thank you, Tom. Thanks for all that. Again, just underlines that Republicans are on top of this stuff, but Democrats don't give up. Like I think the way Alina Habba the other day talked about what they're doing in Passaic County, they're going to be on it. They're going to put the fear of God in. Take them out in handcuffs if you have to. I told you, Dave Sunday, what is this, a year and change? Well, it's just about a year. In 2024, we heard these disturbing reports. Remember, we had a source telling us that in Lancaster County, a couple of these others, you had people that were stuffing illegal registrations in for people to vote. And I believe Sunday is arresting, or did arrest, he announced on Friday, 7 of them. And this could be, the one guy, the kingpin of this is heavy-duty sentencing. Put the fear of God in them. That's what has to happen here. So it takes a while. I agree. And Passaic County, I mean, my God. Over the weekend, Hakeem Jeffries, was on, this is cut 17, with Margaret Brennan. Now, there's a new boss at CBS. Maybe Margaret Brennan's going to go after a Democrat or two about the fact you don't like Trump using the term rigged elections, but now you're using it. Here's how it sounded.
You said Democrats, there are no election deniers on our side of the aisle. You said that back in January. But recently, you've been using the term rigged elections in reference to the upcoming midterms. Democrats were appalled when President Trump used language like that. How do you justify using that now? Doesn't that undermine faith for voters you need to show up?
No, I've been using that term in the context of Donald Trump's unprecedented effort to gerrymander congressional maps in a partisan fashion all across the country in order to rig the midterm elections and deny the ability of the American people to actually decide who should be in the majority as it relates to the House of Representatives.
You know, Democrats are also going through gerrymandering and redistricting.
No. Well, Democrats are going to push back aggressively to make sure that we have fair maps across the country, not partisan gerrymandering, which Republicans have initiated in state after state after state.
Well, the fact is, Minority Leader, that Massachusetts, 40% of the voters there registered and vote Republican, and yet there is not one Republican in the entire state of Massachusetts in the Congress. Not one. Sounds like gerrymandering, doesn't it? All right, Matt Rooney, right on the campaign trail with the latest, is next here on Talk Radio 1210.
Hey, listen, you can have Philly fast, reliable internet when you switch to Fios. How do I know? I got a family at 5. Everyone's got a device. Trust me, it is reliable. It is fast. And for a limited time, you can combine Fios home internet and one line of mobile for just $69.99 a month. You know how incredible that is. Get unlimited welcome for just $50 a month with auto pay plus taxes and fees when you bring your phone. And get this, I'm not done. You can add Fios 300 megabits for $19.99 a month with auto pay, mobile plus home discount, and bonus discount. So here's the deal. You want Philly fast, reliable internet for the entire family? Visit your greater Philly area Verizon store today to get this limited time offer and switch to our reliable 100% fiber optic network. For eligible new Fios internet and mobile customers, both the $15 monthly discounts for Fios and bring your phone applied over 36 months. Mobile and home discount enrollment required. $99 Fios setup charge applies. For unlimited welcome, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic and times of congestion. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds.
You've got your whole life ahead of you, so choose a Medicare plan you can count on. And that's what you get with a Medicare Advantage plan from United Healthcare. With more than 45 years' experience serving its members, United Healthcare has plans with low monthly premiums that fit your life today and as your needs change tomorrow. The Medicare annual enrollment period ends December 7th, so go to uhc.com/Medicare today. United Healthcare Medicare plans. It's Medicare coverage Pennsylvania can count on.
New Jersey voters, you have 3 voting options in the general election. You can vote in person on Election Day, Tuesday, November 4th, or vote early in person starting Saturday, October 25th, or vote by mail. Details at vote.nj.gov.
Hi, I'm Joanne Small-Canella, president of Crash Proof Retirement. Remember the market crash in 2020 when you lost almost 40% of your investment accounts? And remember that promise that you made to yourself that if you ever made some of that money back, you would get off the stock market roller coaster. Well, that time has come, and that time is now. Recently, you've regained some of those lost retirement savings, but you still have not realized those gains because your money is still at risk. Don't forget that promise you made to yourself. Get your money out of risky stocks and bonds and mutual funds. It's time. Keep that promise you made to yourself and family. Crash-proof your future.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at the William Penn Inn on November 5th. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Your roof is your home's first line of defense against weather, so don't gamble with it. Hi, I'm Matt with Emmons Roofing and Siding, and at Emmons, we use only the best materials and expert craftsmanship to get your home protected. In fact, as an Owens Corning Platinum contractor, we can offer a lifetime warranty directly from Owens Corning on our workmanship. So whether your roof has storm damage, aging shingles, or it's just time for an upgrade, Emmons has you covered. Call us at 856-556-3229 or visit callemmons.com. From the main line to the shore, from top to bottom, inside and out, at Emmons, we have you covered.
Are debt payments keeping you up at night?
credit cards, medical bills, personal loans, it can all add up and feel impossible to keep up. If you owe $10,000 or more in unsecured debt, J.G. Wentworth may be able to help you and put you on the path to freedom in as little as 24 to 48 months. Imagine one affordable monthly payment instead of juggling multiple bills and creditors. We've helped thousands of people cut their debt by up to 50% before fees, and we don't get paid unless we reduce your debt. The more you owe, the more you could save. Call 877-CASH now. The call is free, the consultation is free, and there's no obligation to sign up. Call today for your free consultation. 877-CASH now. That's 877-CASH now. Don't wait. Every day you delay could cost you more. Call 877-CASH now today. Results vary. Not all debts qualify. Debt resolution impacts credit and may increase what you owe. Average savings before fees 43%, 25% after fees. The choice to stop paying creditors is yours. J.G. Wentworth does not pay debts or provide legal, tax, or credit repair services.
It's Dom time. Dom Giordano. Weekdays, noon till 3 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
All right, it is Dom time. Matt Rooney almost campaigning as hard as Jack Cettarelli, founder of SaveJersey.com, of course, 1210 WPHT host, with us with the latest in the Jersey governor's race. Hey, Matt, you and Scott Presler get the award from this show for honesty rather than just putting on the pom-poms and saying everything's going completely according to plan. How about today? What can you tell us?
Well, Dom, very little in life goes completely according to plan, right? What do they say about if you want to make God laugh, tell him your plans?
Well, I like Mike Tyson. Everybody has a plan until I punch you in the mouth. Yes.
Yeah, and some weeks it feels like we don't have any teeth left. I know you know how that goes. But look, I mean, here's what I'll say, Dom. We're now in our third day of early in-person voting. The goal here for Republicans is to hold their ground, and if they can, by the end of it, cut into the Democrats' pretty sizable vote-by-mail lead, which is pushing about 200,000 ballots at this point. A couple days into it, look, folks, I mean, there's bright spots. There are darker spots. We could go by 21 counties, and each county give you a ton to chew on. This is still very much the Republicans' game to win. That would be my summary and my message to the audience, Dom, that if Republicans vote and they turn out, there are enough of them where they can win because the Democrats are underperforming in enough places. Places like Burlington County in our listening area, for instance, the Democrat turnout's not been particularly robust. So we can do it, but it's going to take work. What we really need is more of those Trump voters, those of you that stood in line for hours last year to vote for the president. You know who I'm talking to. You need to understand that if Republicans lose in Virginia and New Jersey, that is the beginning of the end of MAGA. That is the beginning of the end of America First, because it's going to set up Republicans for a bad start to the midterm cycle, which is already going to be a knockdown, drag-out. So I can't be any clearer about it. There's no reason to panic, but we definitely need Republicans to kick it in here through November 2nd, which is the rest of the early voting period.
And I would say, Matt, I've never seen enthusiasm like this, though. My God, in Cettarelli, 7 or 8 stops the first day. It was incredible. The enthusiasm of those voters are there. That's why I would point the finger back to the reluctant Trump voters. Trump's not on the ballot. And the narrative, I would say, Matt, is if we lose this in Virginia, if you lose both. Now, on the other hand, if we win Jersey, the narrative turns. There's wind in the sails. The media has to acknowledge that it's a big deal.
That's right, Dom. Whatever those shots were they were giving Joe Biden before the debates to stay awake, winning New Jersey would be that times 1,000 for our movement. It would supercharge it heading into the midterm cycle. And let's also not forget what's on the other side of this, too, right? Like, we could talk about Jack and the president who were blue in the face. Mikey Sherrill is about as far from your grandma or grandpa's Democrat as you could possibly get. I mean, this is a far, far left member of Congress, votes lockstep with Hakeem Jeffries. She does not believe in parental autonomy with deciding what's best for your child, whether they're learning salacious topics in schools or selecting their gender. She supports higher taxes. She supports this crazy affordable housing mandate system, which is destroying our communities. This really is going to be, in some ways, the last stop for New Jersey, possibly the point of no return, if we don't start to turn things around. This has to be our turning point. Hat tip to the great late Charlie Kirk. We got to make this one count. But what I'm seeing in the early voting data, there's some very bright spots, but there's still a lot of what we would call low propensity Republicans who voted for the president last year who have either not made the decision to vote, they've got that ballot sitting on their table at home underneath a bunch of bills, or perhaps they're like, I'll get to it later next week. But Scott Pressler says it all the time, and he's right, Dom. We had him on my show last week. What if you get the cold that day? What if there's a convenient pipe burst at your polling station and it closes for 3 hours?
Mm-hmm.
What if some geriatric poll worker can't figure out how to work the new technology on the tablet, right? There's a lot of things that can go wrong. You shouldn't chance it. There's a reason why you don't do important things the day of or the night before, right? You gotta get it in now.
I voted for my first time traumatic experience by mail on Saturday, Matt, because we're going to be in Sicily and Calabria, and I don't know any family members there that might be able to get that vote back home or something. So that's what you got to do.
Yeah, it's what you got to do because it's important. So a little bit of planning is all we're asking for. I also want to remind people there's a very important practical reason why you should vote early beyond planning, because some of our friends out there, Dom, they say, what's the difference if I vote here or there? You got to remember, groups like Scott Pressler's are targeting people in part based upon whether they voted already.
Right.
So Scott Pressler and Cliff Maloney and a lot of other really good folks out there that are doing hard work, they're spending money chasing you right now. Text messages, mailers. Get your vote in so not only they can leave you alone, which they want to do, but they can focus those resources on the stubborn ones that we really need to try to light a fire under between now and the close.
Hey, Matt, you mentioned something, and again, we have such grand issues here. But I'm big in this camp on the transgender issues that really helped Trump. And when Jack said the other day, he really made a point about this. Yes, schools will not be able to hide all that stuff from parents. I think that's even more important to people than, you can't have boys and girls sports. What do you mean you wouldn't tell the parents if the kid at school is being called by different names, et cetera? They're the parent. I mean, how much more basic do we get?
No, you nailed it, Dom. And I mean, to me, that issue is really, it strikes to the heart of why guys like you and I are limited government conservatives and proud to be. Because we can debate tax rates until we're blue in the face.
Right.
At the end of the day, I am the parent of my two children, not Phil Murphy, not Mikey Sherrill, not the state of New Jersey or the government down in Washington, D.C. I am their parent. I should make the primary decisions when it comes to their education and their formation, not some bureaucrat. But that's not what Mikey Sherrill believes, and she's been very explicit. They think that not only are there 52 genders, but also it's up to the NJEA, the teachers union. It's up to Trenton to decide what's best for your child. That should offend everyone's sensibility. And I agree with what you're saying, Dom. I don't want to put words in your mouth, but it should be a major part of every Republican candidate's closing message as we approach Election Day, because it's what we used to call a 60+% issue. You can't really disagree with it.
No, I think it's 80, 85 on this, Matt, without a doubt. So SaveJersey.com is the place to go, really, to get the absolute best. And I'm not going to put words in your mouth, but the Honesty Award, you and Scott Pressler, it does no good to paper it over and say we're flying 100%. Accentuate the positive, but remind people the clock is ticking right now.
Yeah, and look, the math is there, right? Because I don't want anybody to confuse this and think I'm being negative. I mean, look, Jack lost by 84,000 votes last time. We've made up half that in just voter registration changes this year. And then in addition to that, there was a big endorsement over the weekend, the VOD out in Lakewood.
Right.
This is the most important council of Orthodox Jewish leaders. they issued an unprecedented endorsement of Jack Ciattarelli, not just in Lakewood, but the surrounding communities. It's been estimated that's probably worth at least another 25,000 votes beyond what Jack was able to get last time. So, again, the math works, but only if all of you out there vote with the same intensity that you did for President Trump. He's asked you to do this, right? You don't have to take my word for it. The president's made the time to ask for your need to stand with him like he stood with us.
Absolutely. Matt, thank you again. Hop on tomorrow if you have any time. Just whenever you feel like calling in, we'll get an update.
Appreciate it. Yeah, I'll definitely come back with some new numbers, Dom.
Okay. Thank you, Matt. Thanks very much. Matt Rooney here. Look, and I appreciate the honesty of this and the context of it. And again, this is the age-old problem with Trump voters. And I'm not going to pull punches. Well, I'm excited. Trump's not on the ballot. Go to hell. No, you go to hell. You're just tired of this. How much do you have? And the last thing Matt said is so important. The numbers are there. If people just vote, it's turnout. And not vote a week from now or whatever. Just do it today. Again, the vote chasers then stop chasing you. They go on to other people, harder to get to the polls. 2, it sets up psychologically where we look like, wow, the other side thinking, why vote? Yeah, maybe I will, maybe I wouldn't. That's exactly what you want. Why is this so hard? Yeah, I'm kidding to say it was traumatic to vote. I mean, I had to go to a place not too far from the house. I sat there for about 30 seconds because I knew in my head every vote, every line, everything else. How many Democrats going to vote? Do not retain. Do not retain. Do not retain. Hey, Claude, the guy that's running for judge in Philadelphia, I forget the last name, Claudio, you were one of my first do not retain. Can I have an extra highlighter pen? Do not retain. Can I put my vote in blood? No, sir, you can't do that. You know which vote, Henry, would I put in blood on the ballot this time?
What's that?
What do you think?
Dugan?
Dugan, yes. Took a while, yes. All right, come on over here now. This is rare, sir. We're going to let you put a blood spot on there for Dugan, yes. I don't want it to bleed over near Krasny. He's caused enough blood. It doesn't take long. It's right there. The vote's already registered. That's what you can do up and down the line. And Jersey, it's even easier. It's like polling. The rationale here of the Trump voter, though. Okay, big 1 o'clock hour. We're going to talk with these 2 students at Rutgers, Charlie Kirk's Turning Point, who outed in plain view this Dr. Antifa, a teacher there. And as a result, Rutgers in central Jersey. Well, there's no central time. Come on now. Upstate New Jersey. That Rutgers. And now they want to expel them from Turning Point. They want to expel Turning Point. They're here at 1:30. But hit us with that all-time room next on Talk Radio 1210.
Prioritize yourself and make your dream of an attractive, healthy smile a reality at PI Dental Center. The professionals at PI Dental have been transforming patients' smiles for over 38 years. Board-certified specialists, Dr. Glenn Wolfinger and Dr. Robert Slough, perform complex dental makeovers with their Teeth in a Day protocol, where dental implants are placed and restored with fixed teeth in just 1 day. It's time to invest in yourself. For a smile that's monumental, trust PI Dental. Visit PIDentalCenter.com.
This is Merrill Reese. When it comes to your roof, it's like football. Good planning is essential. That's why I've got a brand new gorgeous roof from Impriano Roofing. Jack Impriano and his 4 sons are a true family business, serving our area for 5 decades. Accountability plus. It's good to get a brand new roof from Impriano Roofing. Visit Impriano.com. That's Impriano.com. The best homes have an Impriano roof.
365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. TNC Supply.
Julia owed the IRS thousands.
I was paralyzed with fear.
Then
I heard a commercial for Optima Tax Relief.
Optima Tax Relief is the leading tax resolution firm. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau and experts in the Fresh Start Initiative.
Optima Tax Relief settled my IRS tax bill.
Call Optima now for a free consultation.
It was amazing.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Visit OptimaTaxRelief.com for details.
Dawn Stensland here. Kick off your fall on a high note. You still have time to find yourself that new certified or pre-owned vehicle from my friends at the Piazza Auto Group. Did you know Piazza carries more than 1,600 pre-owned vehicles at any given time? And not just the brands you've heard me mention like Honda, Acura, Mazda, Hyundai, and Volkswagen, but almost any other brand you can imagine. Now that's selection. Visit PiazzaAutogroup.com, search Piazza's pre-owned inventory, or for a dealer nearest you. Make sure you tell them Dawn sent you.
Hugh Douglas here, and I know by now you've heard of my new drink, the new Jack Daniel's Tennessee Blackberry Whiskey. It's the real deal, folks. It's bold, vibrant blackberry softened with creamy vanilla, toasted oak, and just a hint of honey. It will be the touchdown of your tailgate this season. Jack Daniel's Tennessee Blackberry, now available at your local fine wine and good spirits. Celebrate responsibly.
Hey, I'm Mike Slater. My dad passed away at the age of 63. It's out of nowhere. Had a stroke. Super hard, obviously, for the whole family, but my dad had life insurance. This is why I have life insurance for my family, for my wife and 4 kids. And the best place to get life insurance is ethos.com, because you can do it in 10 minutes. And there's no medical exam and no blood test, just a few health questions. Get life insurance in 10 minutes so your family is protected. Ethos, E-T-H-O-S, ethos.com/life.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell, definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. Do you feel stupid for buying a timeshare? Don't. It's not your fault. You were most likely told you could rent it, and it was a great financial investment. And the deal was available today only. If this happened to you, contact your resort or Wesley Financial Group for help today.
Call Wesley now for your free exit information kit. 800-242-3131. 800-242-3131.
Okay, it is Dom time. Welcome in, 855-839-1210. That's how you get a line. Great report from Matt Rooney about exactly what's going on in Jersey. And, several of you have emailed me. Jack Chattarelli ought to say, hi, I'm Jack Chattarelli. Mikey Sherrill wants boys and girls sports. Good night, everybody. Philadelphia Inquirer, 14 printed pages, bless their heart, all around over the weekend. The notion of protecting transgender kids as opposed to dealing with the specific. Does that mean then they have to be able to play in boys' sports? Does that mean then the bathroom thing is what you're talking about? Isn't there a way around that? The one person they interviewed, CB, says, I can't think of anyone who's not at least thinking of a contingency plan if Jack Chattarelli wins, meaning fleeing New Jersey. What? Jack Chattarelli? I mean, it's crazy to say that about Trump, a contingency plan to flee. But Jack Chattarelli, if he wins, oh, yeah, we got to get out of here. It's going to be brutal. The mom says, I think we all have our limits of when we got to go. We just have to protect our kids. That's the stakes of the election, says the Philadelphia Inquirer. Another South Jersey person facing the same dilemma in the lead up to Election Day said her 10-year-old transgender daughter isn't stealing any thunder from other girls on their co-ed sports team. She's the smallest in her class. It's hard for her to imagine anyone seeing her child as a threat to anyone in the bathroom. Now, again, these are straw men that we're setting up here. Other transgender activists interviewed by the Inquirer say that Mikey Sherrill should speak up more. Chattarelli has made popular the GOP talking points, the centerpiece of his campaign. He attacked Sherrill for voting to allow biological boys to play in girls' sports, despite being a mother of 2 daughters, in reference to her vote against the Princeton Protection of Women and Girls in Sports Act, which would prohibit transgender girls from participating in girls' sports. Okay. The other is, here's the point I was making, the one that's even more serious. The Chettarelli, they quote saying, I don't think school districts should be keeping secrets from parents. I don't think that biological boys should be playing girls' sports. Now, the secrets means if the child is going by different pronouns and all that stuff in school, why in the world would the parents not be alerted to that? They have parental duties by law. They have primacy as parents. These people are not recognizing it. Now, this isn't as blatant because you don't see it. It's a concept. The males playing against females, everybody sees. But think about that. In what universe should the parent not be told? Well, the Inquirer has an answer to that. They say that, again, they're fearful for what will happen to the child from the parent. Let's see. And he also said that Chettarelli opposes so-called gender-affirming care for minors when asked about Murphy's executive order that made the state a safe haven for gender-affirming health care. Let's see. They interviewed Diane Regawa, a Collingswood-based person whose transgender son is a Rutgers graduate student. And she says more that they ought to be speaking out. She explained, Chettarelli explained that students should understand the background of people throughout our nation and condemn the erasure of history. 14 printed pages of this. And again, we played you attempts. Governor Beshear was on with Bill Maher on Friday nights on the Bill Maher show. And Bill Maher brought this up because he's a classic liberal. He's not a progressive. Well, you knocked down a bill that said that boys can't be in girls' sports. And Beshear, who's one of the leading candidates, the governor of Kentucky, for Democrats, said, yeah, well, I love sports too much to have government involvement. My God. You know, how many different ways do they try to get around this? And the answer is, there is no way to get around it. There is absolutely no rational way to get around it that this is wrong to the average person. You might mitigate the damage. You might by a hair be better than what Newsom said on it or what Shapiro says on it or X, Y, or Z. But the bottom line is there's no getting around this. It's an 85-15, not even 80-20. It might be 90 in some instances. So they're giving grace to Cheryl not to say as much as she would enforce. What she said is, I'm not going to have some Moms for Liberty type running on the field to determine if someone's a biological boy. Just constantly on this issue. Spanberger is having tremendous trouble with this in Virginia. And they keep on bashing people that bring it up. Well, then just resolve it. Just don't do it. You're the ones that want to die on that hill. We can certainly move on to talk affordability. How in the world do people in Jersey think any Democrat is going to be better on affordability? I know Jack Chettarelli has talked about this, but why is Jersey so expensive? Just like New York is so expensive, it is going to continue to be that expensive. Is there some plot to do that? Who's been in charge over the last 25 years in Jersey? And for that matter, New York. All right, I'm coming to the calls. One more, though. Here is Kathy Hochul, now on the bandwagon with Mandani. And the crowd chants, tax the rich. This is cut 15, Henry. That was the big chant yesterday when she spoke at an event for Mandani.
Down and we get up stronger, and more resilient than ever before. Woo! I'll be fighting every day with my partners on the same side. I'm Stuart Cousins.
so rich. Tax so rich. All right, so that's going to be the watch. How much are you going to tax them in New York? And the argument is, will people flee the very rich? And does it matter? Oh, well, Dom, the billionaires, they ought to pay at least half. What about the 100 millionaires? Well, they ought to pay at least half, too. All right, that's what they want. That's what the mob wants, and that's what this guy is going to try to do, even though I don't see how he has the power. He's an awful speaker, by the way. The crowd is just fired up. It's because of him. And he is going to be the key, I believe, to Republicans winning the midterms. This is going to be a disaster beyond belief. He's already saying, well, the police chief there is going to follow exactly what I say. And her record is someone who's pretty good police chief. So how's that going to go when, if he doesn't defund, he at least takes away the gang database, stuff like that? Not well. But I give him credit. He is a candidate who has been relentless on one thing, affordability. And the average liberal Democrat has more trouble with that. His answer is, let's go radical the other way, and that will solve affordability. This is the age-old debate. How often have we had socialism as the answer, or even communism, where people get turned on by it because it seems so simple? Take from them. They shouldn't have that much. They have more than enough. All right, so you're a billionaire. How about if you only be a half a billionaire, right? Just give us half. Really, it turns out to be more, but okay. Why should anyone have that money? So what's the best answer to that, to this age-old problem that comes up? Well, one answer is it's not enough with billionaires. You know that. Probably not enough even with $1 million a year. It's got to be a lot more than that to do what he's promising to do. And he actually says, take away the fare box on public transportation and you'll have less violence. Everything will be free. Why would people then commit violence? To get money or to do something. It's free. Everything. And I told you in high school, he ran on, everybody will get fresh juice around the clock. It'll be squeezed from local providers of the fruit. My God. For a high school kid, that's pretty impressive to be that detailed, to be that much into the whole philosophy. All right, let's go to Frank in South Philly. Frank is in on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Frank, welcome in.
Hey, Dom, buongiorno. Danny, buongiorno to you. Thank you for taking the call, Dom.
Thank you, Frank. How are things?
And everything's swell. And I spoke to your boss. You know who your boss is, right?
Exactly. Yeah, Ro told me. You guys and Barbara Capozzi, we're going to be hitting that Godfather trail, and there's some Fernando guys involved there, some shadowy figure you guys know. It's going to take us to... They're going to take
my cousin.
Oh, well, the cousin in the old country is going to take us to the roots of the Pagano family.
That is correct, Dom. Yeah. And listen, up in there in my little town where I was born at, Badolato, it is
Wait a minute. What's the name of that town again, Frank?
Badolato. That's right next to Silverato.
There's a lot of autos in there. Yeah.
Yes. And I'll give you another. If you do make it over there, yes. My four cousins over there will bring you to a winery over there. Not winery, but it's a canteen that he has.
Okay.
And he has a treasure chest from 1950 when his father first made the batch of wine in that canteen.
Wow.
Your wife has that picture. I sent it to her.
Okay. All right. Well, Ro is on this. We were high hopes there, Frank.
And if you need to know the weather or the temperature over there, Ro has his number.
Okay.
So call him anytime. And when you reach Calabria, Fa buono viaggio. That means have a nice trip to Calabria there and Sicily.
Well, Frank, we'll see you when we get back. Thank you, Frank, for the friendship, the great stuff that you do. And guess what, Frank? I better come back with the vote that says gravy there in Calabria. There's going to be big trouble.
Well, they're going to set the record straight over there. They'll tell you it's crazy. And Dom, one more thing, if you don't mind.
Sure.
When you get back, I do a veterans ceremony here in South Philadelphia, which will be November 9th from 9 to 12 Sunday morning and we invited quite a few people. We do a 21 gun salute over here at 2900 South 18th Street. It's a memorial that I built for the veterans, and we do it every year on a Sunday morning.
All right, we'll try to make it over there, Frank. It is impressive what you've put together there.
Okay, enjoy yourself there, Dom. I know you're leaving tomorrow morning.
Thank you, Frank. Well, we got the show tomorrow. Then from the Dom Dome.
Show goes on.
And the helicopter lands on the back Portico, Henry. I said back, not the front. And then helicoptered over to International Airport.
Right.
The private jet, Giuseppe Fangoli, is going to be flying us to Fort Frank. Did you hear the name of the town? Bacalar.
Yeah.
Yes. Bacalado. Next to Silverado.
Gosh.
What chance do we have of finding this Fernando guy and going there to the birthplace of the Paganos? Oh, my goodness. I know we'll do the Godfather tour, though. I think in a couple days. A couple days in Sicily, then the Godfather tour. All right. And I come back about 4 o'clock, 4:30 on Election Day. So we'll have I'm already planning the post-election day, the people that have on. And, we're going to see if it's going to be a good day. We've got the judge's retention, Mondani. Well, I'm okay if Mondani wins, so I'll put that in the column. I'm okay, because that's the key to the midterms. New York decided to go crazy. Okay, Cuomo, can't win. It's okay. But no retention of the 3 judges, absolutely. Jack Chittarelli, Fred Herron, Jen Shorn. And which one am I leaving out? I thought there was a 5th thing. Mondani, I mentioned. There is another one out there that we're looking at. Well, one Republican in Delaware County. Is that too much to ask? That's my Election Day wish. Mondani, I'm on board, though. This guy is the gift that keeps on giving. It's stunning that he would make that appeal. It's an honest appeal to Muslims to come out and vote for him. But my God, his auntie couldn't wear her hijab on the subway the day after 9/11 or when it got restored. Give us a break, buddy. Come on. A, is that happening? Did that happen? And B, with 3,000 dead and we know who the attackers and what fueled them, my God. All right, 855-839-1210.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
For all the people that want to knock me for the 6-cylinder truck, I'm not a landscaper. I'm not a hardscaper. The only thing I need my truck for is my golf clubs, my girls' dance bags.
I don't need 410 horses in a V8 with a Hemi.
Shout out to all the guys that do a real job for a living in the grind and mucking and pushing and hauling, but I don't do that. The drive from Bluebell to Market Street? The drive from the golf course to the range?
You feel like a man.
Yeah,
you feel like a man.
Yeah.
Start your day with Kale and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Hi, this is Larry Steinhaus, and I want to let you know that I buy houses. I buy houses from people that may be a tired landlord, maybe somebody who's having trouble selling their house, or maybe someone who needs to sell their house quickly. Well, all you need to do is call 855-939-1137. That's 855-939-1137, and I promise to answer the phone and help you with your situation. That's right, your house may be cluttered. It may be a house that a relative left you, or it may just be a house you just want to get rid of. 855-939-1137.
You've got your whole life ahead of you, so choose a Medicare plan you can count on. And that's what you get with a Medicare Advantage plan from United Healthcare. With more than 45 years experience serving its members, United Healthcare has plans with low monthly premiums that fit your life today and as your needs change tomorrow. The Medicare annual enrollment period ends December 7th, so go to uhc.com/Medicare today. United Healthcare Medicare plans. It's Medicare coverage Pennsylvania can count on.
I'm Jalen Hurst here for Window Nation. When I'm on the field, I'm always looking for a window of opportunity. If you're looking for a window of opportunity to replace windows in your home, now's the time.
Now until October 31st, buy 2 windows, get 2 free, plus 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for 2 years. Trust Window Nation. Get your free estimate now at 866-90Nation or visit windownation.com. Tell them you heard it on WPHT.
Don't pay more than you have to for new windows. Visit windownation.com.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-908-8646 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-908-8646. That's 800-908-8646. What do you have to lose? Call 800-908-8646. Again, 800-908-8646.
In the year 2021, all pet food sold comprised of 94% dry kibble. And now, 5 years later, only 61% continues to be kibble. And everything else is alternative fresh diets. At the Dogs and Cats Rule stores, we have been the leader of fresh premium foods from the beginning. Whether it be raw, gently cooked, air-dried, dehydrated, freeze-dried, and of course that previously mentioned kibble, Dogs and Cats Rule has the largest selection of cutting-edge products of any of the neighborhood pet stores. That's Dogs and Cats Rule. Shop small, shop local, shop family.
Giving blood is easy. It only takes about an hour, and a single donation can help save up to 3 lives. Donate now. Call 1-800-RED-CROSS or redcrossblood.org.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. Ever wonder why Big Wireless wants you on an unlimited plan? They probably want you to cover the cost of those 20-somethings using all that data every month. But most people 50 and up like me only use 12 gigs or less. Don't get bamboozled by Big Wireless. Switch to Consumer Cellular. Our plans start at just $20, and we use the same towers as the big guys. Join the millions who choose something better, because if you're not using all that data, you're probably getting used.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/facts or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Nobody had to tell your grandparents not to drive while using their typewriters. Why should it be any different for us kids and our cell phones? Distracted driving was the cause of more than 3,000 deaths in 2022. Come on, we're smarter than this. Let's put down the phones and focus on the roads. Drive safe, everybody.
Don't drive distracted. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
Free speech lives here on Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
All right, so Dom Giordano's show, Nikki emails me. It doesn't matter what Calabria says about gravy. They're only 15.5% of the population of Italy. Oh, my God. The sauce people never end. We have more calculation on this than the New Jersey governor's race. Yeah, I take Joe of Columbus. Yeah, we're going to ask when we're over there. I'll get a pocket of gravy lovers versus sauce. By the way, police out in Chester County now, hopefully they've caught this guy. You may remember the guy that broke out of prison. I think they've corrected that, but we have another guy on the run who is extremely dangerous, or at least he was. He escaped custody near Phoenixville Hospital, where I guess he was going to be treated. He was last seen running in handcuffs from the hospital grounds at around 7 a.m. And again, remember the guy just crab walking up the side of the building to break out of the prison? And I wonder with this guy again, is this guy here illegally like the other guy was for a long period of time? I don't think we're going to have a manhunt quite like this for any number of weeks. All right, but I gave you, again, another spoke on this whole thing with the transgender issue. It's not just boys and girls sports. That's the most visual, the best that works. But it's also the fact, do people in Jersey really believe that parents should not be told? Now, remember, sometimes we're dealing with 8 and 9-year-old kids. They shouldn't be told. They're using different pronouns. They even aid and abet it. Don't put that on the test paper because your parent will see it. That can't be right that even Jersey thinks. Well, you know, some parents, I don't want to hear about some parents. The bottom line is the parent has primacy here. That's the bigger issue. And Mikey Sherrill doesn't agree with that. The average Democrat doesn't. They think the government, the school, they're the experts. Now, if they actually think there's a threat, there's something there are laws that they can then have to go through the legal process to let a judge determine this. They don't want to do that. They just want to say all parents are suspects. Doesn't the parent have a right? If the kid is using different pronouns in school, particularly at these ages, it's not even high school that we're talking about. We talked about the most recent report, how this is a social contagion, where more and more kids got into this and how the numbers are dropping. How could you be on the other side of that? Well, they are. And that is even more of an issue that happens, I believe, than the trans in sports. And we did a whole thing a few years back. We're really dealing with competitive levels where Jersey said, if you say you're male on this day, then you compete in the male events. If you say you're gender fluid, you compete in the female events. And that's the way it is. Again, even in Jersey, the numbers are in the mid-70s of people that oppose this. I realize there are other more daily issues like affordability that get away from this. But the Inquirer headline, they understand why Mikey Sherrill doesn't. Mikey Sherrill understands why she doesn't want to talk about this. It's a loser big time. And it actually turns out people to vote. All right, Robert in Ben Salem on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Robert.
Hey, Dom, Henry, it's good to talk to you guys today.
Thanks, Robert.
Dom, make sure you take Linda Kern with you over to Italy so you can have a chance with the gravy sauce thing. And
yes.
And I saw something where a kid asked his father, Dad, if socialism doesn't work, why do so many people support it? And his dad says, because they don't work either, son. And when you get back from Italy, I wanted to kick around Tom Corbett's tax increases with you. I know that's a bugaboo with you, but I had some information that would make for an interesting conversation.
Okay, sure.
I'll
Robert,
get right to my,
I'm here tomorrow and then back on Election Day. Think of the timing of this, how it works out. So, yeah.
I think you planned it perfectly, Don, but I'm glad you mailed in your ballot, and I hope everybody else does too. But my side answer is a little out of the box. I have a room that almost every politician needs, and that is called a wiggle room. And that's my answer, wiggle room.
Wiggle room?
You guys have
Thank you.
You got
talk tomorrow.
Have a great day.
Thank you. Yeah, wiggle room, outside the box. We're looking for that all-time room. Richard in Summerdale. And Henry, I don't know if you've seen this film. Put this on your top 10 list. It is the biggest satire.
Oh, yeah.
You've seen it?
Yeah, I love this movie.
Yeah, this is a good one. Richard in Summerdale. All right, Richard, what's yours?
Well, hi, how you doing? I hope everybody's great there, and I hope you have a wonderful time in Italy.
Thank you.
I was over there with a friend about 5 years ago. We did 16 days hitting Rome, Naples, Sicily, Palermo, Florence, and we were looking for Murphy's house, his villa over there, but we couldn't find it, unfortunately.
It's in Tuscany, yeah. Well, I saw Clooney's house and how they let him build an illegal jetty at that point to get his boats in and out. Typical, yeah.
Anyway, my room is the war room in Dr. Strangelove, where George C. Scott, and I guess it was who was playing the general, and the Russian ambassador were arguing. They got into a fight, and Peter Sellers went over to him and says, "You can't fight in here. This is the war room."
He's taking pictures of the big board. Thank you, Richard. When George C. Scott gets up on his chair, oh, man, if he's really good, he could bring that plane in so low, he can go right over the hen house. And everybody looks at him like, we don't want that. What are you talking about? All right, 855-839-1210. You get on board. What's the best scene in that film to you, Henry?
You can be answering to the Coca-Cola company.
That's what I was going to say. When the guy shoots an open nuclear war, I need to change my essence. Women sense that. Pure grain water. All right. Coming up, we're going to talk to two young women who are in the Charlie Kirk Turning Point chapter at Rutgers University. They outed or publicized a guy called Dr. Antifa, who's written all kinds of books supporting fundraising, etc. Antifa. He takes off to Spain when this becomes apparent. Now, Rutgers wants to kick them out. They're next. You get in at 855-839-1210.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well,
I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/radio to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
To get this special radio offer, go to leaffilter.com/radio for your free gutter inspection today and get up to 30% off. That's leaffilter.com/radio for up to 30% off. leaffilter.com/radio. See representative for warranty details.
Newsmax, you like Newsmax. I like it too. Newsmax has been terrific.
President Trump is right. Millions like you are tuning into Newsmax. You're watching Newsmax on cable. You're going to our streaming channel, Newsmax 2. And you're downloading our free Newsmax app on your smartphones and TVs. Reuters Institute says we're now one of the top news brands in the nation. Every night, watch great shows with Rob Schmidt, Carl Higbie, Rob Finnerty, and more as they expose the big media lies, the Washington swamp, and they're never afraid to talk about faith, freedom, and the values that made us great. Find out why Newsmax is the fastest-growing news channel in America. Make the switch today and join our news revolution. Get Newsmax on cable, on streaming, and download the free app today. It takes just seconds to start. Let President Trump know you stand with Newsmax. It's for real news, for real people. Make the switch today.
Get into great lease offers now at Hessert Chevrolet. A new 2025 Chevy Equinox EV, $399 a month for 24 months with 0 down. The new Chevy Trax LT, $249 a month for 39 months. Or buy the 2024 Chevy 1500 Crew Cab Z71, $43,999, 11 grand off. Hessert Chevrolet of Cherry Hill. Call 856-406-6397 for details or online at HessertChevyCH.com. Together, let's drive.
Chevrolet! Seems everyone has an opinion on where the stock market's going, but where should you be going? Find out with Joe Yakovich on The Heart of Your Money, Saturdays at 5 p.m. and Sundays at 9 a.m. right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Weather sponsored by the Piazza Auto Group.
It is a pleasant start to the work week weather-wise with plenty of sunshine and a high temperature close to average at 62. Another cold night tonight, mostly clear, low 42 for the city, 30s out in the suburbs. And for Tuesday, becoming partly sunny, a bit cooler with a high 58.
Get financing as low as 0.99% for up to 60 months on select new Honda models. Visit Piazza Honda of Philadelphia, Langhorne, Pottstown, Reading, or Springfield for details. Shop online at piazzahonda.com today.
Now back to the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
This is Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
All right, Don Giordano show. Headlines. You hear of this Rutgers professor. When we hear that Antifa doesn't exist, well, this guy's written enough books about it. Mark Bray, called the Antifa professor, fled for Europe, saying he received death threats. The former head of Turning Point USA's Rutgers chapter says Bray's called for violence against conservatives. And joining us is one of the people that is an officer in Turning Point, the Charlie Kirk organization at Rutgers University, the one up north. Let's go to Megan Doyle on Talk Radio 1210. Megan, thank you for joining us today.
Hi, thank you for having me.
Well, Megan, it is amazing to me what has transpired here. And we have your colleague, Henry. Do you want to bring her up? Is it Ava Kwan?
Yes.
Hi, Ava. Welcome to both of you. So let's start with Megan. Megan, what position do you hold in the Kirk?
Hold on. We lost Megan real quick. Let me grab her.
All right. Ava, what position do you hold?
So I am the outreach coordinator at the Rutgers Turning Point USA chapter.
Okay. So, Ava, I put out the situation. You are not hearing that, I think, that this guy was in plain sight writing books about this, apparently calling for fundraising, et cetera. And you guys did what with that information?
So when we found out about all this awful information on Dr. Antifa, we had decided that we needed to take a stand, which is why we created our petition in the first place. We were appalled by some of the information that we found on him, And, we wanted to see action from the school, especially after, witnessing the horrific assassination of Charlie Kirk. We felt like we needed to do something, which is why we asked Rutgers to fire and end their relationship with Mark Bray. Most of all, we were worried for our safety. This is a teacher who's supposed to be guiding us, guiding the next generation of students. So we knew we had to do something.
Megan, what role do you have with Turning Point at Rutgers?
All right, so I'm the treasurer at Rutgers University, Turning Point USA chapter.
What would you say, Megan, when you hear this news story here locally where we are, you guys are the bad guys. You hate academic freedom. Professor has to flee to Spain, which is a nice gig to do his classes. What do you say to that?
I mean, we are all for academic freedom and, freedom of speech. Mark Bray has exercised his freedom of speech and academic freedom. It's the fact that he's choosing his academic freedom and freedom of speech to just promote violent rhetoric. I mean, you see in his book that he is for Antifa tactics. And I also want to mention that he is involved with an Antifa organization called Black Rose, which promotes militant activism, like strikes, illegal strikes, vandalism, illegal sit-ins. Like, it's just that kind of violent rhetoric that we see time and time again with Antifa that he's associated with. And, I'm a firm believer of freedom of speech, but freedom of speech does not protect you from the consequences.
So, Ava, you and Megan now, there's a movement to get rid of you, to get you out of Turning Point. Is that the way it is?
Yes, unfortunately.
Yeah. So, Ava, you guys are smart. I've looked at your background. You're very savvy in these things. Amazing, isn't it?
Thank you.
Dr. Antifa is there, and yet we play every day on my show almost, some Democrat like James Carville or these others saying we're making it up. It doesn't exist. There is no Antifa. Is there an Antifa? Have they been active at Rutgers at any point?
Well, absolutely, and we know that Mark Bray absolutely has. It's very unfortunate, the reaction that we've gotten from the school as well. We've had, people dox us, people send us threatening messages, and now, we have school administrators demanding our removal from our e-board positions at Turning Point. They've been repeatedly insisting that our president of our Turning Point chapter holds re-elections and denying that there's any investigation into our chapter. And, my question with a lot of these, questions about our chapter is, why is this suddenly an issue? We served in our roles at Turning Point since the start of the year without any issues. And now we've suddenly become a target for this investigation, but none of these issues have been raised earlier this year.
So, Megan, was it early on with Charlie Kirk, or did you join after he was assassinated? How did you get involved with Turning Point?
So I've been a part of Turning Point since the start of the school year.
What was the motivation? What were you hoping to accomplish?
I wanted to be more involved. I wanted, I've been following Charlie Kirk ever since high school. So, seeing that there was a Turning Point chapter at Rutgers, I really wanted to go and, be there and, get involved and become, more like-minded people at Rutgers.
Ava, conservative students, is there any sense of fear of conservative students? Have there been issues at Rutgers?
Yes, well, certainly now there's been issues with us, and the backlash that we faced, from students and administrators, throughout this whole situation. And I think especially now, when I joined Turning Point, it was before the Charlie Kirk assassination, and I joined because I wanted to find community at my school, and I wanted to, raise my voice and make friends with like-minded individuals. But I think especially now, dealing with, this mess with the school and with some of these students who really are very upset with us because of this whole situation, I feel especially now that, we need to keep speaking our mind. We need to keep speaking the truth and speaking with conviction and act as Charlie did, as Charlie would want us to be.
Without a doubt. So, Megan, it seems to me that Dr. Antifa should hold you a debt of gratitude. After all, he's getting to teach his classes from Spain. How does that work?
Yes, he's enjoying his vacation funded on taxpayer money. So,
absolutely. So, is there a place where we can find all of this? Is it through Turning Point at Rutgers? Where do we get more information about what's happening?
So you can. Well, I wanted to say that Turning Point at Rutgers is hosting a event with Alex Stein. If people want to, join and see Turning Point in action, I feel like, they're more than welcome to join us and, following along with us on the news. We have social medias that, report on this and report on new information on Mark Bray and, calling the university out on their, insane and disgusting behavior. We also have a petition going around to help if anybody or your viewers want to sign that. It's called Fire Antifa Professor Mark Bray from Rutgers University. So, yeah.
Absolutely. Well, you guys, I'm so glad I took a lot of detective work to track you down. Please, would you let Henry know or me with any developments? We would have you back as this story continues. Great work of what you're doing there, particularly under a lot of professional difficulty there at Rutgers. Thank you, guys, and thanks for coming on today.
Yes, thank you so much for having us.
You are welcome. All right, Ava Kwan and Megan Doyle here on Talk Radio 1210, both at Rutgers. This guy then gets, I think he's still teaching. He fled for Europe. He's in Spain. Nice temperatures this time of the year there, I guess. He's on the southern coast. Again, but there's no Antifa. There is none of this. Of course there is. Are they as centralized that they have an office and a president? Well, it's a little bit murkier than that. But take a look at Portland. Take a look at the stuff that goes on. Of course there is. And again, if you want to have a policy debate over this, that's fine. I don't know that he should be fired based upon the book, but all the information that I see seems to be he's advocating for their activities. And that is something, if you're a conservative student or just normal, that you would think he's not just documenting them, he's advocating for them. And this is a domestic terrorism organization. You know that by definition now. All right, 855-839-1210, coming to more of your calls, and we'll stay in the loop with them a little bit later. Well, coming up, Scott Presler is going to be here. He's still all over New Jersey. We will get his update on how he thinks the voting's going. Matt Rooney's right on top of it, too. We'll have him back tomorrow. And Jeff Van Drew. Now, I'm going to ask him, he's concerned over the weekend, he was on CNN, he made news about Trump people, supporters, losing their medical benefits as the shutdown continues. But the big story today is the biggest federal workers union has said they want an end of the shutdown. That's going to put a lot of pressure on Democrats. I don't know that it's happening overnight, but a lot of pressure on Democrats to make a move toward this. Who has more pressure? This is very hard to say, but I think slightly more on Democrats given this development today. Jeff Van Drew then at 2:30. But your calls are 855-839-1210. You get on board. Only 2 days this week, we'll have a winner. Tomorrow, probably going to do something associated with Italy, which ought to be fun. The association ones always drop.
Get thinking now.
Yeah, start thinking now. But the room thing, Marcus Aurelius had some really good ones. I'll give you. I don't want to steal all of them. He had some really good. The principal's office. That's one. Usually most kids did not go to the principal's office. They went to the vice principal's office. The vice principal, when I taught, they were the ones that did discipline. If you're called to the principal's office, the FBI is probably going to be there.
You screwed up.
Yeah, that's going to be.
You're going home with a suspension.
Expulsion is more, I think, of what you're looking at. Yeah, or movement toward that. Yeah, the VP, all right, you blew up the bathroom, 5 days, that kind of thing. The principal, though, that's bad. 855-839-1210, you get in. Hey, for years, I have talked about the health benefits, of course, of Rescue Omega-3s. As part of my daily routine, they support a healthy heart, cholesterol levels, reduce inflammation, and promote joint comfort. Taking them is one of the easiest things I do for my health. Now it's your turn. Give your body the support it needs to stay healthy, strong, and active with one of Rescue's omega-3 supplements. Right now, use that code OMEGA50 for an exclusive buy one, get one free offer on any Rescue omega-3 supplement, including their most popular Rescue 1250. Call 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483, or use the code OMEGA50 online at res-q.com. Remember the code OMEGA50, OMEGA50. Buy one, get another Rescue Omega-3 absolutely free at res-q.com.
Newsmax, you like Newsmax. I like it too. Newsmax has been terrific.
President Trump is right. Millions like you are tuning into Newsmax. You're watching Newsmax on cable. You're going to our streaming channel, Newsmax 2. And you're downloading our free Newsmax app on your smartphones and TVs. Reuters Institute says we're now one of the top news brands in the nation. Every night, watch great shows with Rob Schmidt, Carl Higbie, Rob Finnerty, and more as they expose the big media lies, the Washington swamp, and they're never afraid to talk about faith, freedom, and the values that made us great. Find out why Newsmax is the fastest-growing news channel in America. Make the switch today and join our news revolution. Get Newsmax on cable, on streaming, and download the free app today. It takes just seconds to start. Let President Trump know you stand with Newsmax. It's for real news, for real people. Make the switch today.
It's that time of year again to replace your old drafty windows and doors. If this sounds like something on your to-do list, then turn to my good friends at Guida Door and Window. Guida will help you save big this fall with their buy one, get one half off sale on all qualifying windows and doors. For every door and window you buy, you get a second one at 50% off. And you can mix and match these savings to suit your own needs. Buy an entry door, get half off a storm door. Buy a patio door, get 50% off a window. Need to replace all the windows and doors in your house? Then you'll save 50% on half your project. The more you need, the more you save. Plus, start your project with no money down and take 18 months to pay it off with no interest. Offers for a limited time only and restrictions apply. So call Guida today to schedule a free no-obligation in-home estimate at 877-GO-GUIDA or visit them at GoGuida.com. That's go, GUIDA.com.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell, definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. Do you feel stupid for buying a timeshare? Don't. It's not your fault. You were most likely told you could rent it, and it was a great financial investment. And the deal was available today only. If this happened to you, contact your resort or Wesley Financial Group for help today.
Call Wesley now for your free exit information kit. 800-242-3131. 800-242-3131.
Now you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
All right, Tom Giordano show. Great listeners. People think, how can we have information on so much stuff? Our listener over in Haverford just sent me information of their district policy. We were talking about the Haverford Township School District. The district has an obligation to maintain the student's privacy, cannot disclose or require disclosure of the student to other students or parents and guardians, even on overnight stays. Meaning there's a pretty big case in Colorado where it was a biological male assigned to sleep in the same bed with a female on an overnight trip. So this type of policy is insane. And I'm looking right here, the material she sent me for overnight trips. Students can communicate their preferred sleeping arrangement to their teacher and or school administrator. As with other students, the school should try to pair a student who is GET, they're calling it gender neutral, I guess, to make adjustments to prevent the student from being marginalized because of any alternative arrangements. Well, look, no one wants, we talked about this with the bathroom thing, maybe a single-use bathroom. We're told the numbers are not that great. All right, so you have a single-use bathroom. No, that's not good enough. That's a compromise. As far as the sports thing, there is no compromise in that. You don't get to play in those leagues. It just doesn't happen that way. Thanks to the people in Haverford, the source there. In Havertown, the resistance, I'm sure they're on board on the other side. But Jack Cettarelli just bringing this up more in the last couple of days, not just the typical stuff we talk about, but also the fact that parents are not notified if their child wants different pronouns, something like that going on in school. You got to include the parents in this. This is not a privacy. It's the parent. There's no reason to do that. Scott Presler in the on-deck circle. We'll see what he says about what's happening in Jersey. And I'm sure he's heard by now that Dave Sunday, the Attorney General of Pennsylvania, has arrested a good number of people who were creating false registrations. Remember that story? Way back in the election of 2024 in the closing month. And this is something that could result in big-time jail time. I know you say, but Dom, that's over. I get that. It takes a while to penetrate this, to get the evidence, and to do it, and Sunday has. You should know. I mean, Linda Kearns is on stuff. Dave Sunday, the Attorney General, has been really good on this. In Jersey, we're going to have big-time monitoring of Passaic County. It doesn't mean they're going to stop. Just they don't. They don't want transparency. Why would Passaic say, we're not going to have video surveillance of the mail-in ballot room, or you have to sign in and out? What is so hard about that? Are they cheating? Well, I don't even care if they're cheating or not at this point. It's simple requirements we ought to agree to. If you don't want to adhere, it's like voter ID. It's the same thing. All right, Drew in Upper Darby. Drew is in on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Drew.
Hey, Dom, thank you so much. Awesome show as usual, and I hope you have a safe trip, Dom.
Thank you.
Hey, you're quite welcome. Hey, Dom, when I was down at your rally, on that Friday, I was fortunate enough to speak a little bit with Mr. Jack Cettarelli, and I told him, sir, I think your ads during the Eagles games are brilliant because, Dom, South Jersey is Eagles country just as much as South Philly is.
Sure.
And they see these commercials. And the fact that they were playing the Giants yesterday, North Jersey saw them also. It kind of reminded me of, in the general election of last year when the Kamala Harris ads were put on there about the inmates and the sex change to the taxpayers.
Yep.
Kind of had the same impact, I hope, so that's good. But, hey, Dom, on the side question, this Eric Swalwell, man, he's acting like such a child along with some of his other colleagues.
Yes.
And it just leads me right into my side answer. Why don't they just build a romper room when they get the White House?
Swalwell is one of the worst, too. And then the Chinese spy, the whole thing with him. But Swalwell sort of pushed me over the edge for this side today, saying if you run in 2028, yesterday's interviews, as a Democrat, you want to be the nominee, you must swear that you are going to knock down the ballroom. If you can't do that, you can't be the Democrat nominee. Also, they talk of, and I guess they could do this, to change it from being named whatever Trump comes up with. I still like the Charlie Kirk to the Obama ballroom. That will be fitting revenge. That's what they're saying. My God. I guess they could do that, but knocking it down, this is going to be the litmus test. I swear I will knock down in the first 30 seconds the Trump ballroom and rebuild it. Maybe some of them will sign off on this. All right, it's 855-839-1210. That's how I get you on board. Scott Presler, Jeff Van Drew here at 2:30. We got a great money melody for a big prize today. And in addition to that, only 2 days on the side question. So You get your name into the hat, you got a pretty good chance this week. I'll be on tomorrow and then off the rest of the week and then back on election day. Well, I land that night and be right here. Which one of the races are you most looking? The biggest has got to be Jersey at this point, national impact. But second, the retention of judges. Krasner, yeah, but law enforcement out in Bucks County, we need some degree of sanity. And Mondani, I think he's going to win going away. I think that's over. And why? And will Democrats really take the bait and say, we got to be like this guy? Let's hope they do. 855-839-1210.
It's going to be a spooky good time. Did I really just say that? I guess I did. It's the official Zeoli Army Halloween extravaganza live at the Grand Hotel of Cape May, New Jersey, October 31st. And you better be there, or else you're dead to me. Literally, because it's Halloween. October 31st, 3 to 7 p.m., Grand Hotel of Cape May, New Jersey. No tricks, but lots of treats, the adult kind, at the bar. So join us 3 to 7 p.m. for my show live at the Grand Hotel of Cape May, New Jersey on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. See you then.
Picking out an engagement ring can be terrifying. You're searching for the ring, but have no idea where to start. Go to Family & Company Jewelers in Marlton. The team, especially JR, makes it easy. No pressure, just real help from someone who cares. They break down diamonds, styles, and what actually matters. Their selection is huge. Every shape, size, and price range. You leave confident, not overwhelmed. When it comes to finding the ring, there's only one place to go. Family & Company Jewelers, South Jersey's diamond destination.
Hey, it's Rich Zeoli here with my friend Matt from Emmons Roofing and Siding. If you're like me, your house took a real beating this winter from all the snow, ice, and storms.
At Emmons Roofing and Siding, we're here to put it back together. We specialize in storm-resistant roofing and siding systems designed to last no matter what Mother Nature throws at it.
Well, Emmons is who I use and recommend, so call Emmons today at 856-556-3229 for a free roof inspection.
Or visit us at callemmons.com.
Callemmons.com. Emmons, protecting homes, one roof at a time.
At PGW, safety is essential to delivering clean, reliable natural gas to Philadelphia homes and businesses. If you smell gas, call PGW at 215-235-1212.
See Joe Conklin with the City Rhythm Orchestra and Philly Sports Put to Music at World Cafe Live in Philly, Wednesday, November 19th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com!
The Crash Proof Retirement Show will air before and after Penn State football this Saturday. Tune in at 11 a.m., then again right after the game to learn how to create your own Crash Proof Retirement game plan.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 103.9 FM.
A vigil at Lincoln University following Saturday's shooting that left a man dead and 6 others hurt. Camden-based American Water and Bryn Mawr-based Essential Utilities are merging to form a combined water and wastewater public utility. And about 50,000 people in and around Newark, Delaware spent the last couple days under a boil water advisory.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
House stealing. It's a nightmare that's real. It's the FBI's term for thieves stealing your home's title and draining your equity. Just one fake document filed with a recorder, and scammers can own your home on paper, drain your equity, and do it all without you even knowing. Imagine waking up to a foreclosure or eviction notice. Listen to former title thief Matt Cox.
What people don't realize is the ease in which this crime can happen. I can take the deed to your house and I can transfer that deed into my name. It's a great crime, and it's happening all the time.
So how can you stop the nightmare and protect yourself? Find out if you're already a victim now at HomeTitleLock.com. Use promo code RADIO and get a 30-day free trial of their $1 million triple lock protection, a title scan, and access to a title specialist, a $250 value. Don't wait. Go to HoldTitleLock.com now, promo code RADIO.
All right, we need some energy. We have to lift up a guy who is running on fumes, even though it doesn't appear he's got vitamin C, I see over the weekend, elderberry, and he's still losing weight. A little bit too much of that. Come on, Scott Presler, get a milkshake occasionally. Scott Presler all over Jersey, many times with drawing big crowds with Jack Cettarelli. Early vote action, making his weekly house call. Hey, Scott, welcome in.
Hey, Dom. I am live at the Bucks County Government Services Center in Levittown. And let me tell you, just as you had me call in when I was outside of Doylestown for early in-person voting, I'm currently looking at a crowd of people that have been coming steadily voting in person. And I'll tell you, the majority of people, I'd say, probably 80-20, 70-30 in support of Fred Herron for sheriff, Jen Shorn for district attorney, and the Republican Party. We're making big moves in Lower Bucks County.
Tremendous, Scott. How you feeling? How are you holding up?
8 days. 8 days and election day, but I am poised to not only win here in Pennsylvania, but to elect Jack Cettarelli as the next governor of the Garden State.
Now, Scott, you, first of all, the Presler thing, I told you right at the beginning, the first time I met you, what I admire is not just the style and everything else, it's all there, the energy, but you're an incrementalist. You're constantly talking about every vote for every office counts. So we had on Commonwealth Judge Walford the other day, and it was starred in my mind. The guy was astoundingly good when we had him on the air. How important! I voted by mail this time, Scott, because we're going to be we're going to be in Italy with a bunch of a huge number of listeners. So we want you on Wednesday after Election Day to break everything down. But Scott, it was your genius on this to make people see, and it comes to Jersey now. And the Trump voter, can we get him to see how important the Jack Cettarelli race is?
Well, I believe in sharing not only data, but anecdotal stories. So one thing that people have been worried about is the Trump voter going to turn out in an off-year election? Is the Trump voter going to translate into 2025? So my team, I was out yesterday and the day before already going to Hudson, Essex, Bergen, Passaic, Morris, Union, and this week I'm going to more of the 21 county in New Jersey. But one of my team members, Rafi, has been knocking on doors of Republicans that did not vote in 2021, and let me tell you, they have emphatically stated that they are voting this year, and they are not going to make the mistake of Republicans not voting 600,000 of them in 2021 and losing the election by 84,000 votes. And so, and even here in Pennsylvania, I just met the wife of a police officer. She's 36 years old. She goes, Scott, I only vote in presidential elections, but I'm here voting. I'm here voting in honor of Charlie, in honor of Trump, in honor of you, and we are turning low propensity voters into annual yearly voters. This kind of work, you cannot mistake it as important as it is. We're turning low propensities into annual voters.
That is it. That is it, because the presidential race, you can have all the presidents in the world. If a school board says your kid's not going to go to school, we're closing it down, the president's not going to have anything to do with that. Each one of these races where you are, Bucks County, Scott, is the only sane, by my estimation, county in our area. And if we keep it that way with Shorn and Fred Herron, that'll be a big plus.
Yes. Well, Bucks County could quickly devolve into Philadelphia if we don't reelect Fred Herron and Jen Shorn. And we need the two together. You need the sheriff and you need the DA. The sheriff and the DA in order to make sure that we don't have cashless bail. You're not going to have criminals back on the streets within 24 hours. And more importantly, we need county commissioners that are actually going to support our elected officials and not tie their hands, not stop funding. So that means in 2026, we're going to make sure that Bob Harvey never gets anywhere close to Congress. We must defeat him next year. And in 2027, Diane Marsiglia, when I told her after she said that she was going to count misdated and undated ballots in 2024, when it was clear that Donald Trump had won and we were defeating Bob Casey with Dave McCormick, well, we are going to take her seat. She told me, have at it, Diane Marsiglia. We will have your seat.
I'd like to
bless your
see
heart peacefully in 2027.
The 2027 calendar, that start on it, that's the biggest. It is for me, too, in an off year, Scott. Passaic County, I feel much better with Alina Hubba really sending in the police, essentially here, the Department of Justice, to overlook Passaic County. You were on the trail. What do you hear?
Well, let's break it down. Why is Passaic County so important? This is a majority-minority county where a lot of our beautiful Hispanic voters that actually delivered Passaic for Donald Trump for the first time since 1988. That was historic. Trump won majority-minority county, and also with our beautiful Jewish Orthodox community. And so it's clear and evident to me the Democrats don't want election security in Passaic County because they know this is a county that's turning to the right. So God bless the Department of Justice for making sure that all legal and lawful votes, one vote for one legal voter, are going to be counted. This is neither red. This is not blue. This is about the Department of Justice making sure that only legal and lawful voters are counted and that the American people can respect our election system and have credibility in, believe in our election system. So I welcome the Department of Justice for making sure that we have election security in this year's election.
Scott, any numbers this week? You've been so busy barnstorming. Is there any number, any nugget, buck, Siri, anything that jumps out at you on registration or anything else?
Well, let's go over the mail-in ballots for a second.
Sure.
So the Democrats have requested 730,000 mail-in ballots statewide, Commonwealth-wide, and Republicans have requested 275,000. Now, it's about half of each have been returned. So clearly, 8 days before Election Day, 9 including Election Day, the Democrats have a lot more voters to reach out to in order to get them to do their mail-in ballots, while Republicans have much fewer in order to get our people to return theirs. But since I'm in Bucks County, let's bring it local for a second. In 2023, 50,000 Democrats requested a mail-in ballot. 12,000 Republicans requested a mail-in ballot. This year, 51,000 Democrats have requested a mail-in ballot. So Democrats won at 1,000 votes. Republicans have requested 26,000, meaning Republicans have requested 14,000 more mail-in ballots this year than they requested in 2023. And furthermore, just to tie a big, beautiful red bow on this, we had 12,000 Republicans total for 2023. 15,000 Republicans in Bucks County have already returned their mail-in ballot, meaning with 8 days plus Election Day, more Republicans have already returned their mail-in ballot and voted early than all of the voters for Republicans in 2023. That shows me the work that Bucks County Votes is doing, the work that Early Vote Action is doing, the work that Pat Poprick and the Bucks County GOP is doing is making a difference. And that's why we're at this Government Services Center. And let me tell you, it's hopping. We even have a person dressed as an eagle here. Oh, yeah, these are Republicans.
Yeah, I would expect that. Scott, too, great work. Some benefactor came in and you were able to put in what? I think it was double figures more full-time workers for the end game here in Jersey. That's incredible. Where do we go to support you at Early Vote Action?
Thank you. We had a generous donor come in 2 weeks before Election Day, and they said, Scott, if I were able to give you funding for 15 additional staff, would that make a difference? And I said, absolutely. Let me tell you, this race for Jack Chattarelli is tied. This is absolutely tied. And you know what we did? The donor was so generous after I pitched to him that we would really benefit from more staff. We now have 25 plus 14. We have 39 full-time staff knocking on doors, chasing ballots, getting low-propensity Republicans to come out this November across New Jersey's 21 counties. So I'm here in Bucks County. Tomorrow I'm in Blair County in Altoona. Then I go to Hunterdon and Sussex and Warren and Salem and Cape May and Atlantic and Ocean and Monmouth. Let me tell you, we are not stopping. We are not slowing down. 8 days plus Election Day. Oh, and this is very important, Dom. Critical. Hear me out. To everybody that's listening, hear me out. The last day to vote in person or request a mail-in ballot is October 28th. And actually,
Right.
Don, with your permission, I'd
Yes.
like to come on tomorrow if I may, just for one
Absolutely.
final pitch tomorrow.
Absolutely.
Tomorrow
we wanna
is
do
the
that,
last day. Vote.pa.gov. If you even think for a second that you aren't going to be able to vote in person on Election Day, request your mail-in ballot. If you think for a second you won't be able to go on November 4th, please, I need your vote. And I really feel that we're going to have a great year in Virginia, in Pennsylvania, in New Jersey, and also Georgia has elections. California has elections. We're fired up, Dom.
Absolutely. Bucks County and Scott Presler, though. That's the all-time best, Scott. You know, there's something in the air out there when you're in Bucks County. Must be Marseglia. So it's 2 o'clock tomorrow good for you?
2 o'clock tomorrow. Count on it. Bank it. I will be there.
All right. Thank you, Scott. Scott Presler on a whirlwind there. I didn't know he was going to be at the, that's where I went in Philadelphia. It wasn't as crowded as that, and just cast my ballot. And I mentioned Commonwealth Court, Walford. Don't forget him. He was on the other day. It was great stuff with him. You got the retention out in Bucks County. You have to deal with the pretenders. We want the real thing. We want to have a sane county. Fred Herron, Jen Shoren. Then, of course, Krasner. And if you missed it, I've been tracking this guy all weekend on his Twitter, trying to get to him, and even contacted his wife, Henry.
Wow.
I'm gonna hunt him down. Dog the Bounty Hunter is coming to Philadelphia if Dugan is elected. He's got his team here on the Greenberg case. Imagine Dog the Bounty Hunter out in front of Larry Krasner's office with a bullhorn. Oh, man. Oh, Krasner comes out, cleans his glasses.
Yeah, he's like, am I seeing this guy correctly?
Yeah, exactly. Dwayne the Bounty Hunter. Quite a cat. I've never had him in studio. I've had him on like a dozen times. It is an act that you cannot believe. All right, you heard Scott Presler. Tomorrow, 2 o'clock with him. But right now, it is time for...
It's Dom's Money Melody.
Where has all the money gone?
Boy, I might like this. I love the film Back to the Future. You're playing today for a pair of tickets to see Back to the Future, the musical, on November 18th at the Academy of Music in Philadelphia, courtesy of Ensemble Arts Philly. Tickets are on sale at ensembleartsphilly.org. Henry?
Yeah, Dom. So today on the side question, we are asking for those all-time rooms. And so this was a bit of a tough money melody to flesh out here today. So what I decided on, I was like, you know what? There's a lot of movies that take place in only one room. So that's where I thought I'd go.
Okay,
so I'm going to play you a soundtrack from a very famous movie that takes place in only one room. I want to know the name of the movie.
I think I might know
here
it.
today.
Let's see.
I'll give a little clue about this movie. You learn your ABCs in this one.
Oh, it's not what I'm thinking.
You learn your ABCs, and I kind of want to leave it at that right now. I think if I give any more clues, people will start flooding in. So, yeah, you're learning your ABCs in this movie. I want to know the name of want to know the soundtrack to this movie here.
All right, hit us with that. You're off to see Back to the Future. 855-839-1210. More of your calls coming up. And let's get a winner today and tomorrow on the side question. Tomorrow, most probably, things associated with Italy. You heard Presler. He's out there. Bucks County. Diane, mark that date down. 2027. He's planning that campaign all out. Win or go home. 855-839-1210.
Company weekday mornings 6 till 10.
Why are we not talking about Philadelphia? I haven't heard the Trump administration say Philadelphia a single time.
Agreed.
We're right there with Chicago. I would argue with Pennsylvania being the ultimate key battleground state, that Philadelphia, and I don't want to see it, but if it's necessary, do it, which is why I'm on board with this. Send him to Philadelphia. What are we waiting on here? You know Larry Krasner ain't going to change anything. You know Sherelle Parker will give you a speech every 6 weeks.
Start your day with Kale and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
You've got to see Scott Kia's new location in Limerick, where their focus is on you. Relax with an easy, transparent, and enjoyable car buying experience with a stunning new showroom, a state-of-the-art service center, and a staff that understands your time is valuable and will treat you like a VIP. It's time to experience what a 5-star service truly feels like. They are focusing on you, and that's changing everything. And that's why it's always smooth sailing at Scott Kia of Limerick, just off Route 422.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-908-8646 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-908-8646. That's 800-908-8646. What do you have to lose? Call 800-908-8646. Again, 800-908-8646.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. I've been talking about myself for all these years. Now it's time for you to hear from one of our great clients.
Investor Schooling lives up to the promises. Larry's a great teacher, teaches about the whole new approach to thinking about money. I've taken to heart many of the things that he's taught me, and my financial life has improved.
Come to Investor Schooling, and you could be just like Charlie and change your financial life. Go to investorschooling.com. We will see you Thursday.
Prescription products require completion of an online medication consultation with an independent healthcare provider through the LifeMD platform and are only available if prescribed. Subscription required. Individual results may vary. Additional restrictions apply at lifemd.com. Read all warnings before using GLP-1s. Side effects may include a risk of thyroid C-cell tumors. Do not use GLP-1s if you or your family have a history of thyroid cancer.
Confused on where to start with weight loss medication? 95% of LifeMD patients said starting their weight loss journey was simple. Go to trylifemd.com now and see the best options with or without insurance for Wegovy, Zepbound, and more. Brian was approved for insurance coverage and lost 100 pounds.
I love the fact that insurance covered almost everything because pharmaceutical prices are going through the roof. The first time I realized that LifeMD was working for me was when the hunger started going away. I never thought losing weight would be this easy. It's given me more energy. I would recommend LifeMD to anybody.
Nearly 96% of patients said they would recommend the LifeMD program to anyone who wants to lose weight. Get started right now at trylifemd.com. That's TRYLIFEMD.com.
New Jersey voters, you have 3 voting options in the general election. You can vote in person on Election Day, Tuesday, November 4th, or vote early in person starting Saturday, October 25th, or vote by mail. Details at vote.nj.gov.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
It's Dom's Money Melody.
Where has all the money gone?
Show me the money.
All right, that is exactly right. Let's hear the clue again. And Henry, this involves a film. This is the theme
this
music.
is the soundtrack to a movie that takes place in one room. Want to know the name of the movie?
Okay. Is it a bit older, the film?
This movie is from the 90s.
I'm wrong then. Okay. Big John in Huntington Valley. All right, John, what's the movie?
Well, not from the 90s. It was 12 Angry Men, directed by Sidney Lumet. No, I know. But it was thought about it.
Yeah.
Thank
Great
you.
movie. Yeah, it's not the one we're looking
is,
for here.
That movie has more character actors. Well, you may not recognize them, but if you're of that age, than any that were in some of them 100 or so things you might recognize.
Right, yeah.
And the struggle with Lee J. Cobb, oh my God. And it's the rain. It's all it is in one room. Good guess.
I believe there's some rain in this movie, if I remember correctly.
Jerry and Wilmington. All right, Jerry, what film?
Based on what you just said, I think I'm wrong. I was thinking Dead Poets Society.
No, that's a pretty good one, too.
They're
Scott,
all over that campus.
Scott in Northeast Philly. What's the room, Scott? What's the film?
I was going to say Alfred Hitchcock's Rope. Jimmy Stewart, but
No, I was going to say Rear Window. That's not 90s.
Let me give a hint here.
Yeah. Yes. Go ahead.
Put that coffee down.
Okay.
Coffee is for closers.
Okay. Now, there is rain in that. Yes, definitely. Ken in Sicklerville. Ken, what's the film?
No, I was going to say The Breakfast Club, but I know that's wrong now.
Okay. Should we give any, not the main star, any stars in it? Well,
There's the person who says the line I just said, put that coffee down, coffee is for closers, is a former 1210 WPHT host, actually.
Interesting.
Oh, that's interesting.
Interesting. Yeah, interesting. All right, come on. All right, it's got some of the biggest stars. I don't know about one in there. It's not his best work, but a couple of them it is. All right, we'll take that off air and we'll get a winner. 855-839-1210. Come on. Now I can hear that music. That was 90s. Boy, it seemed what it was.
1992.
It was set in the.
Oh, it's set
60s,
much, an earlier time for sure.
It's favorite film too. Who did you think was best in that?
Sorry, say that again.
What actor was best in that?
In the this one,
the former 1210 host, he was great in that.
I like Ed Harrison a lot.
Right.
Yeah.
Yes.
He struggles.
Yeah. Jack Lemmon, I thought, was pretty good.
Mm-hmm.
The machine.
He's the one who's not getting his coffee.
Yeah, that's Jim in the Northeast. All right, Jim, what's the film?
Glengarry Glen Ross.
Yes, nicely played, Jim. I could go and watch that right now. Even my how despicable. Who's worse? Well, he is. I mean, she's just ridiculous. But who's worse, Alec Baldwin or the wife? Now that is a couple. The fake Spanish stuff is pretty tough.
They didn't let Hilaria make it to tribute night on Dancing with the Stars because they knew they got tribute to Alec.
Oh, that's right. I would have let it because America loves to watch something they hate, too.
That's true.
Exactly. All right. So it's 855-839-1210. That's how you get on board. We'll talk with Congressman Jeff Van Drew. Now, Van Drew over the weekend was on CNN making news saying, spoke to the president. They're concerned. They don't want Trump voters, MAGA world, to be kicked off of health care benefits. They're concerned about that. Okay. Also, we'll talk to him about the shutdown because today the biggest federal workers union said publicly it's time for the shutdown to be over. Now, that really ratchets up the pressure on Democrats. Not saying Republicans don't have their pressures too with SNAP now, no more food stamps for the interim here. But this is becoming back to the front page again. Could be solved pretty soon here. All right, maybe. One other thing, we kind of knew this, but there's actually a study over the weekend. New York Post had an expert lay out the No Kings protest. Inflatable chickens bobbled above a crowd that, according to demographic research, was made up mostly of educated white women in their 40s, when you look at it across the country. I have nicknamed them, of course, even though they don't have one, the PhD moms. And these are the people driving the Democrat Party. You don't see males driving this. It's their female element. And that's who was driving the big No Kings event. Will they do another No Kings around the East Wing and also the food stamp thing? Yeah, I think they're chomping at the bit to do it. All right, let's go to Joe in South Philly. And Joe's on Talk Radio 1210. Hi, Joe.
Good afternoon, Dom.
Good afternoon,
Dom, Joe. Can I give you the side question first?
Sure, go ahead.
Okay. In the movie Silence of the Lambs, Hannibal Lecter, homicidal maniac, all he wants is a room with a view. He wants to look out, see a fern, a little bit of water. Now, Bartram Gardens, that'd be perfect for him. That's where he's got to go.
Yeah.
Now,
there you go. Bartram Gardens.
You're going to Sicily.
Yes.
Now look, when you go, you got to do a couple of things. One, white shirt, black tie, fins, little cap, little vest, Antonio Zoli shotgun, You'd be perfect. Now, let me say this to you, Dom, seriously. In Italian. Tu famiglia, molto bene vacanza. Ciao. That's
you.
it, Dom.
Thank you, Joe, very much.
That's it,
All right, Henry, you know what that means?
What's that?
What he just said?
No, not.
How about
not
Sean? He looks like he knows Italian in and out. No? Yes. No. Very little. Okay. Got a defective mic there, too. That's still another.
Yeah, that mic.
About,
it's it's hit or miss.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Joe. And, you can keep it tomorrow's show. We'll talk a little bit more about Italy. Might be the side, too, as we head off. And, again, the Godfather tour is part of it, even though, I'm not sure I want to go on Godfather 3. I'm taking a stand on that one. And the people on the trip better say two things, Gravy and Godfather 2 is the better film. That's it. It's in the contract. They had to sign that to go. It's in my green room disclosures. Definitely. You think Godfather 2 is not the better film?
I think the better movie.
It is more panoramic and hits you in the bigness of that. But Godfather 2 really showed you mob crime and what it's about.
Yeah, I like the whole backstory element, and it's juxtaposed with Michael in that current day. Yeah, it was nice.
Yeah, exactly. All right, so 855-839-1210, you'll get on board. We let off today, too. I got to play this one more time, and maybe again tomorrow. Cut 11, Henry. We let off, and our buddy Scott Jennings is in the middle of a national controversy because he's really going after Mandami because of his comments late on Friday, I guess it was. He went to a place in New York, and he said there's only one allowable hatred now. You guessed it, Islamophobia, at this late date. And listen to what he said, which turns out to be a lie, as far as we know at this point, about his auntie. With 3,000 dead Americans, and Jennings is all over us, is it the thing that you talk about that your auntie could not wear her hijab on the subway? I don't know. They had subways where she was because she wasn't in New York. Here's what he said.
I want to use this moment to speak to the Muslims of New York City. I want to speak to the memory of my aunt. Who stopped taking the subway after September 11th because she did not feel safe in her hijab.
All right. So, again, is that the first? Does that instill? He doesn't care at this point. He's trying to juice up that vote to come out. And the charge against him was not that he'd be cheering another 9/11, but he wouldn't be that disheartened by it. Well, I'm in two minds. He's going to win. New York has lost their mind. He's been a Johnny drumbeat, just telling them affordability is around the corner if you elect me. And you have a lot of people in New York, without a doubt, somewhat in Philadelphia, who can't afford to live in a city. New York, particularly. My God. I don't know how much I haven't seen the figure, but to be a middle-class couple in New York with, say, one or two kids, your family income's got to be 150 plus, maybe a lot plus, to be able to live a middle-class lifestyle. It's just the way it is.
I don't know. It'd be higher.
Well, you're thinking Manhattan, maybe, in the outer part of it. And Brooklyn seems to be as bad as Manhattan. You think it could reach 200,000?
Yeah.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Yeah. Okay, that is a real problem. His solution, though, is no fares on buses. Then people won't have to rob. Rent freeze. What's going to happen with that? The repercussions are going to be nuts. And look, New York does not have much of a middle class right now. You have people that are either lower middle class poor or people that are upper middle class and really upper middle class. Are they really going to leave New York? That's always the test. He may be right. Maybe a lot of them will not. But for tax purposes, they'll try to put down their second residence as the residence. There'll be a fight over that. All right, Jeff Van Drew is next with a lot on the shutdown and him talking with President Trump and where we're going to be next pretty quickly here, and also the race in Jersey. Jeff Andrew next with Dom on Talk Radio 1210.
There's a reason that potato chips don't come in a clear bag.
There's only 8 chips in this bag.
That's why. It's only about 2/3 full. The rest is air. It's a lot like opening up your 401k at retirement. You get about 2/3 of it, and the rest goes to Uncle Sam. Jim Cipriotti at the Retire Ready Financial Group can help. His tax mapping process can help forecast what your tax bill will be in the future, and that way you can build a strategy now to potentially decrease your tax bill in retirement. In other words, more for you and less for Uncle Sam. Call today for your complimentary retirement tax mapping report, 610-894-7415. That's 610-894-7415. Or find them online at retirereadyfg.com and get Uncle Sam's greedy hands out of your retirement.
Hey, you've had enough.
With a complimentary tax mapping report from Jim Cipriotti. Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
To get this special radio offer, go to leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today and get up to 30% off. That's leaffilter.com/deal for up to 30% off. leaffilter.com/deal. See representative for warranty details.
Hi, this is Dave Barlow from Barlow Buick GMC in Woodbury, New Jersey. Fall into savings on the Buick GMC lineup here at Barlow. Take a ride in the Buick Envista where luxury meets affordability, or stand out in style in the Buick Envision. Explore the Barlow discounts on the whole GMC lineup from Terrain to Sierra. For honest pricing and dedicated service, visit Barlow Buick GMC in Woodbury or shop 24/7 at barlowautogroup.com. Buick, exceptional by design. GMC, we are professional grade.
Looking for beautiful, high-quality furniture for your home? Look no further than Bucks County Estate Traders. Skip the big chains and discover their massive showroom in Hatfield, packed with 16,000 unique pieces, where you can furnish your whole home in one easy visit. Shop comfortably and get it delivered locally or wherever you are. Thanks to their exclusive white glove carrier network, Bucks County Estate Traders handles delivery nationwide, so you can save time, effort, and money. Visit buckscountyestatetraders.com or their showroom in Hatfield today.
Picture this. You're halfway through a DIY car fix and boom, you're missing a part. It's okay, because whatever it is, it's on eBay. And it's guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things people love.
Now back to the Piazza Auto Group Studios. Experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. This is Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
All right, Dom Giordano Show, big issues, big guest. One of our all-time favorites. Saw him over the weekend making news on the shutdown. Congressman Jeff Van Drew with us here on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Congressman, welcome back. Thanks for joining us.
Dom, always good to be with you.
So you have been concerned. Let me set the context as I see it, and you tell me if I'm off a little bit. Democrats now pressure ratchets up. The biggest federal union that I know of says publicly today it's time to end the shutdown. But you're concerned about the medical benefits over the weekend and MAGA people, Trump voters.
I am. So there's a lot to unwrap there. So the first thing, the AFG has said that we should just go forward with a clean CR in plain English for people that are listening, because not everybody talks this lingo. And I really want to clarify for the folks that are listening. This was a 7-week mini budget that's called a continuing resolution. Now, what was in this continuation? 7 weeks so that we could straighten out health care to some degree, so that we could work on the appropriations bills, so that we could do this to pay our troops, et cetera. We do the things we need to do. The Democrats wouldn't go along with it.
Now, is there something in that little mini budget bill that they shouldn't go along with? Well, there's no Trump stuff. There's no Jeff Van Drew, Mike Johnson, U.S. Congress stuff. There's no Republican stuff. I'm almost sad to say it is simply a continuation of the Biden budget for 7 weeks. I mean, they have voted. The Democrats have voted for this time after time after time, a continuing resolution, a continuing budget till we get our act together. And I'm really trying, honestly, I know I'm a partisan person. I'm conservative. I'm proud to be. I'm a Republican. I'm proud to be. But I'm trying to be nonpartisan in how I say this. Just for this particular one issue. They're wrong. I mean, they're really on the wrong side of this. We're doing nothing that, would tell anybody that Republicans want to close government down. They obviously did want to close it down. They want chaos here. They will hurt people because they think that we will get blamed for it as Republicans. And I'm not sure that's entirely true. So they don't care what they do to people. That's one issue.
Right.
The second issue is the health care issue. And here we are again, similar to the Medicaid issue, which we did straighten out. And I had many a conversation with President Trump. I've only had one with him on this. Look, Obamacare is a failure. I get it. I don't like it. As somebody who's a health professional, a dentist that dealt with dental insurance day in, day out for decades, I totally get it. Obamacare, we're literally now having to subsidize the subsidy, and we need to do better. It just doesn't work the right way. It's just too damn expensive for too little received. It's too expensive for everybody. But here's the deal. We can't do that in a week, and quite frankly, we can't do it in a month. So we have to spend this next year straightening this out and coming up with something good to replace it. I'm tired of people saying, yeah, including Republicans, yeah, it doesn't work, it stinks. They're right. But we have nothing to replace it with, so we're just going to let it go, and the private sector will just come up with something on its own. I know a lot of people in the private sector. I have spent the last few weeks talking to a lot of business people, conservatives, Republicans, doctors, business owners, everybody who are really concerned with this happening because they're going to – small business – their costs are just going to go up astronomically at the beginning as soon as we get into the new year. That's not right. It's not what we stand for. And we don't want to be the party that takes people's health care away on the political component as well. It's stupid politics. It's not really morally the right thing to do. I disagree with just letting this go. And I'm hoping that the president steps in and gives folks the courage to do the right thing here and eventually to straighten this out.
Is there some blueprint in your mind, though, of some element of this? What would Jeff Van Drew do, and what is it you tell the president is the secret sauce here? I realize, it takes a lot of minutia in there to make it work. But what's the general principle that you think we should follow?
Well, we've got to tell the insurance companies, hey, they got to come to the table in a real way. I mean, Obamacare just helps to subsidize them even more, gives them even more money. They all rely on it, and that's why they were all supportive of it. They practically wrote it. So we need to do something where, everybody's taking a haircut here. Dom, you, me, everybody in the real world is taking a haircut in general. We're not making nearly enough to cover the increase in cost of everything, including health care, and that includes the private employers. We need to, for real, bring private employers to the table. We need things like, even with prescriptions, we have something called vertical integration where, CVS owns the pharmacy. It's also the PBM. It's also, it goes up and down vertically. They're controlling everything and making tons of money. And it's Walgreens. It's all of them. We need to do something about that. We need to be able to move across state lines. I believe with health insurance, you should be able to carry your health insurance with you if you've got a good policy from one job to another. We need to, in some way, get private sector common sense involved with the process so it's better. I'm going to tell you, Dom, people talk about all the issues. And I say this, I've consistently said it, as somebody, again, who in many years has been a healthcare professional myself, the single hardest issue to straighten out in a palatable way is healthcare, because the socialized medicine doesn't work. Some like to say it does. We are different in America. You can't compare us to Denmark, but you want to compare us a little bit to the UK. In the UK, you break a bone, you got to wait for weeks before they can set it. And you know what? Basically, in many other countries where they have socialized medicine, they have concierge medicine for the real wealthy. They pay a doctor or retainer, and they get wonderful care and wonderful service. And then there's everybody else with the middle class flopped in all together and not being treated decently. So it's not easy, but there are some fundamental ideas we can do better. But the answer is not, as even some of my colleagues have said, oh, well, when it's not there, the private sector will just make up the difference. I've talked, well, I won't say which county it is. I have 6 counties, but one of the Republican chairmen, he's got a business where he's got a couple hundred people working for him. He said, Jeff, I can't do that. He's the Republican chairman. He's a hard conservative Republican. He said, we got to figure something out. That's my point.
Absolutely. When does this end? I mean, ballpark figures, do you think, with the federal union coming out today with what you're saying? Or are we pretty much nobody talking to each other, so it could go on a good bit more?
It could go on a bit more. I'm hoping with the union even saying now, I mean, this is their people. And make no mistake, the union, I'd say probably 90% votes for Democrats. So we're starting to hurt. We're hurting SNAP. We're going to have problems again. Thank God Trump figured out a way to pay the military. Again, all that, I'm hoping they do it. But here's the deal. Again, to me, and I know, I have a different viewpoint than some folks. We have the majority in the U.S. Senate. Why the hell did we reject the majority when anything of importance doesn't need a majority? It needs 60 votes. It almost needs a supermajority. That's BS. And I'm tired of it. And for that reason, we can't get so many different things done. It is an excuse not to be able to enact good conservative policies. And guess what? The world has changed. Maybe it was a nice idea to be. They thought it was more deliberative years ago. But you know what's going to happen now, Dom? God forbid the Democrats ever get control. They're not going to abide by the filibuster. I'm telling you right now.
That's right.
You and I will be on the phone talking about it. It's BS. Forget the filibuster. Fetterman is right. Forget about the filibuster. Vote. We got 53 votes or whatever. Get the thing done. Open government up, and let's get some good conservative policies done.
Thanks, Congressman. As always, refreshing and honest. Thank you, Congressman, very much.
Appreciate you too, Dom. Take care.
All right, let's go to Alan in Yardley. I'm not sure that she agrees with this, where Jeff Van Drew is. And again, he's a wild card on things like this. Hey, Alan, good afternoon. What do you think?
Hey, Dom, I love Jeff Van Drew.
Okay.
I'm always in his camp because I think he's great. My only opinion about this whole Obamacare thing is, let's be honest, it is subsidized health care. It's expanding Medicaid.
Yes.
There's no doubt. So we need to understand that. And I'm going to be driving under a tunnel because I'm driving to go see Scott Pressler in Falls as I'm driving. But here's the deal. So that whole thing about health care, we can cure this whole health care crisis, in my view, if we go back to the fact that health care does not need to cover your basic doctor visits. That's where HMO ruined health care. That's my whole thing.
Thanks, Alan. Thank you very much. All right, you heard Jeff Van Drew, positive signs there. But where he's at as far as, and I think that reflects where Trump is on this stuff. How do they come up with some kind of plan that's going to break the logjam? The pressure's on the Democrats, though, with the federal union saying time to end the shutdown. Does that mean this week? A little hard to say. With the election there, do they wait till after the election? All right, lightning round is next. 855-839-1210. That's how you get in. Hit us with that all-time room coming on. I mean, I'm still looking at the Washington Post. They had over 10,000. It's approaching 12,000, I think, replies to information on President Trump in the ballroom. Most of it, 99, whatever, is just crazed, other than those that say, oh, they just lost the midterms, meaning Republicans because of this. This is how intense the ballroom thing is with everything else that's going on. But that's a side question. 855-839-1210.
Kale and Company weekday mornings 6 till 10.
For all the people that want to knock me for the 6-cylinder truck, I'm not a landscaper. I'm not a hardscaper. The only thing I need my truck for is my golf clubs, my girls' dance bags.
I don't need 410 horses and a V8 with a Hemi.
Shout out to all the guys that do a real job for a living in the grind and mucking and pushing and hauling, but I don't do that. The drive from Bluebell to Market Street? The drive from the golf course to the range?
I feel like a man.
Yeah,
you feel like a man.
Yeah.
Start your day with Kale and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
At Citizens, we help make sense of your money and all your money questions.
Should I pay down my debt or start an emergency fund?
Is now the right time to start saving?
How can I move my financial goalposts even an inch?
Can money actually buy happiness?
What's it take to live like a royal in Queen Village?
Whatever money questions you have, Citizens has the answers. Make sense of your money at citizensbank.com/made-ready. Member FDIC.
Searching for a new path to wellness? Dr. Molly Fantasia explains how medical hydration therapy can help you reclaim your energy. Listen to Health Watch, Sunday mornings at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 1039 FM.
A vigil at Lincoln University following Saturday's shooting that left a man dead and 6 others hurt. Camden-based American Water and Bryn Mawr-based Essential Utilities are merging to form a combined water and wastewater public utility. And about 50,000 people in and around Newark, Delaware spent the last couple days under a boil water advisory.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
At PGW, safety is essential to delivering clean, reliable natural gas to Philadelphia homes and businesses. If you smell gas, call PGW at 215-235-1212.
See Joe Conklin with the City Rhythm Orchestra and Philly Sports Put to Music at Cardinal O'Hara High School in Springfield, Saturday, November 22nd. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. JoeConklin.com!
Now you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
The time has come for the final test.
We usually call it the lightning round.
Yes, that's right. All-time room. Let's go to Joe in Columbus on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Joe, what do you have today? Hi.
Hey, Tom. I was with Scott earlier, and you got to see the way he operates. It's not like, sign here, let's get this out of the way. It's respect and patience, and he puts so much time into each individual registration that it's really heartwarming and remarkable the way he does it.
Joe, you can imagine me. It's like I found a unicorn. Our buddy who was a big-time mixed martial arts fighter up there in Harrogate says, why don't you come up and meet Scott on a Saturday? And he had a woman from Gladwin walking the streets of Kensington registering voters.
Oh,
what the hell? Yeah.
Oh, my God. Yeah, how do they get the polls? Oh, man.
Yeah.
But I just wanted to make it known, Scott's just not counting jelly beans. He's putting the effort into each individual registration he does. And It's a good thing to watch.
Yep, exactly.
My side answer was, and I want to send this out to Dan, it was that mythical, magical place that only lasts for about 4, maybe 5 years until you realize what is really going on, and that's Santa's workshop.
That's a great one. Yep, that's a big room. Yep.
4 or 5 years.
Yeah, let's hope 7 or 8, Joe. I'd say 8.
It's a little
Let's
low.
set the arrow at 8. Yeah, when we get to Santa season, that's where I usually set the number. Come on. And the kids got to help, too, a little bit on that. Maybe we can push it to 9. All right, Joe in Exton, where it's always like Santa. Hey, Joe, good afternoon.
Yes, hello, Dom, and good afternoon. In 1908, the British author Ian Foster wrote a novel which he titled Room with a View, about an English woman who goes to Florence, Italy as a tourist, where she meets an Italian man who has an apartment directly across the street from the Florence Cathedral. Hence the word view, meaning a perfect view of the massive cathedral together with its octagonal baptismal building.
All right, Joe, I got you. Great way to pick up women. Have a room with a view next to the cathedral in Florence. There's the whole scenario there. Oh, man, he was octagons today.
Expecting Joe to be like, yeah, I stayed in that room.
Yeah, I would have to go
Florence.
back and think of the top 10 when he said he was a guru and when he revealed that he was the reception person at the parole office. That was just, in a million years, could you have anything as random as that? The Byzantine Empire, of course. Glad he was able to get out today. In Twitter, he said he might not. David in Lexington, South Carolina. Hi, David.
Hey, Dom. How you doing?
Good.
Yeah, I actually changed my answer from Twitter, but in honor of last week being the last week of AOL dial-up, I'm going to go with chat room.
That is a very good one. Yes, the chat room is a big, big room. Thank you for that. Zenos in Upper Darby. Zenos, I got to stick to the question today. We'll have time tomorrow when you call in, but what's yours today?
Mine, the side question today, Dom, is the East Room of the White House. According to these liberals and these lunatics, they want the president to honor guests in the barn with the keg party and the barbecue.
Thank you, Zenos. The Earl of Tacony. Hi, Earl. Good Monday. What do you have today?
Well, Dom, I was reluctant to go on the trip to Sicily because the last time my grandfather went there, he got shot. Now, granted, it was 1943 during Operation Husky, and they were shooting everybody that was landing on the beaches.
That's right. Yeah, I don't intend to being shot in Sicily. How dare they?
But my answer to the side question is in 1982, for the album The Nylon Curtain, Billy Joel wrote a song about a room of our own, where even though we have our differences, we can always find comfort and solace in a room of our own.
Very nice. I don't know how that worked out in the big divorce there, but okay. No one said rear view today, Jimmy Stewart.
Yeah, I was surprised a bit at that.
I thought somebody would. That is.
I thought about doing that as the Money Melody.
Yeah, that's what I thought it might be because it was a little bit older what you had. But boy, the Alec Baldwin. Put down that coffee. Bill in Bucks. Oops, what are you doing here? Bill in Bucks. Hey, Bill, what's yours?
Oh, hi there, Dom. Yeah, mine today is a room at the Hotel California, a place where you can check out, but you can never leave.
Very nice. By the way, I got to so I don't forget, I got to talk about this tomorrow. Stephanie Farr, who writes for the Inquirer and doesn't want, I know she's gearing up for no more Rocky statues in Philadelphia. She and I agree on something, Henry. She's writing today about the last night at Pika's restaurant over in Upper Darby. I got to tell, I'm going to talk tomorrow about why in the world would a place like that, I've done events, family stuff there, 25 times or so over the years. It flourishes. What are reasons? We'll talk about it a little bit tomorrow. Chef Dave in Oak Lynn. Dave, what's yours today, Chef?
Well, I have a protest, Tom, because I wanted to say rear window, but I usually glib.
You can say it. You can say it. No, that's okay. I apologize. I didn't say it up there. Go with rear window then. Tell us why.
No, that's all right. No, I was going to go with The Exorcist.
Yep. Heck of a room. A great deal of it is
just
in that room.
When she blows lunch in the priest's face, it's awesome.
Take all time taking one for a team. That scene, Father Damien, come into me.
One might even call it a hell of a room.
There we go. All right. Sean, you took all these calls. Who did you like today? Couple contenders?
Oh, gosh. I do really like The Exorcist.
Okay.
And Rear Window's another good one. Oh, okay. God. And I really should listen to more of the Eagles, probably. I only know, the hits, but my dad played me Seven Bridges, and that thing knocked me out.
Oh, they're big. Very big, yes.
Let's see. What did I like today? I liked Scott Mount Laurel's answer of the NFL Draft Room. I liked Richard and Sommerdale's answer of the War Room. I liked David and Lexington's answer of the Chat Room. And, I'll second Bill and Bucks with the Hotel California.
I kind of like the Chat Room today.
Yeah.
I thought it was a very good one.
Yeah, the dawn of all our social media
Yes.
today.
Chat Room, the winner, we'll put that into the hat. Now, the hat's pretty small tomorrow. It's not a derby. It's a beret or smaller, half beret tomorrow.
One of those propeller caps.
Yes, that's right, because tomorrow we'll only have 2 winners in the hat. We'll get you that prize for the week. Big show tomorrow. Scott Prezzer already on there, a bunch of other people as we continue with the race in New Jersey and everything else in the news, including the East Wing. My God. Follow me on Twitter until tomorrow at DomShow1210, at DomShow1210. And, yeah, we'll talk tomorrow. Italy probably is the side question. I wanted to do Sicily. I'm not sure if there's enough. We'll have a game time call on that one, maybe an audible. It's a little bit more limited. All right, Rich Zioli's next. The latest on what's going on in New Jersey and around the world. Sean, thanks for producing Henry, of course. You had to today, so no excuses. All right. Of
course.
Follow on Twitter at DomShow1210. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
Hi, what's happening? It's your man Big Ticket doing big things. Are debt payments keeping you up at night? Call J.G. Wentworth today and become debt-free in as little as 24 to 48 months. Whether it's credit cards, medical bills, or personal loans, life happens, and those monthly payments can quickly become overwhelming. At J.G. Wentworth, their experienced team takes the time to understand your unique situation and creates a customized plan tailored to your financial needs. They specialize in helping individuals reduce their unsecured debt, which could save you thousands of dollars. No upfront fees to get started. The call is free, the consultation is free, and there's absolutely no obligation to move forward unless it's right for you. The sooner you act, the more you could save. Every day you wait could cost you more in interest and late fees. Call J.G. Wentworth, 877-CASH-NOW to find out how much you could save. That's J.G. Wentworth, 877-CASH-NOW. Your first step toward financial freedom, 877-CASH-NOW. Results vary, not all debts qualify. Debt resolution will impact credit and may increase what you owe. Fees apply. J.G. Wentworth does not pay debts or provide legal, tax, or credit repair services.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter